Vintage Story. We've been playing a lot of this recently. Let me go ahead and pop in here. We should be right at the point that the steel is going to be done. I just need to wait for the coal that is currently in there to finish up and then take a peek, because it's been going pretty close to an in-game week, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I can't see the status of the steel until it cools off enough that I can open the door and take a quick little peeky peek inside. That's also a thing I could check that's potentially very dangerous, because I could just open the door and try looking. It warned me not to go inside. But, you know, some warnings are worth ignoring. Yeah, so we just finished doing some Shadows of Doubt. It's a fun detective game. Definitely one, like, I've played a lot of that off-stream. But, other than just playing, like, a normal playthrough, which I don't really want to do. There's a whole thing there. Alright, so I'm going to take my chances. 55% complete. Okay, so we do have a bit longer for that. Alright. So we're a bit over halfway on that. Oh, no, we're not a beat. Yeah, that makes sense. So I got about 3 more days, give or take, for that to finish. So, things we got going on is we have been working on the farm. The last thing I had started working on was we did get a map that marked way down here that there was something of interest called the Resonance Archives. That's like actual story stuff. And I haven't really planned on putting any focus in the story, but since we're kind of just waiting on steel to happen right now, that I could either A, grind materials, or B, you know, I mean, it could also just sleep as often as it lets me to fast forward time, but I don't really want to do that. You know, run down and check it. We could do that. But the other thing is, you kind of want the steel equipment for that. Now, the downside is, where that's at is a bit of a trek. It's going to take me probably the better part of an in-game day or 2 to get down there, which is not that long, all things considered. But the thing we were working on right at the end of stream yesterday was like, okay, let's run down there. And it was just grabbing supplies, so I wouldn't get down there and immediately need to turn back because I don't have food. Okay, so it's all getting close to done. I'm gonna drop you in here. Yeah, so I want to grab some food that will travel reasonably well. What I ought to do is I probably should just make bread. There are story locations? Yes, there is story to this game, but it is not done, which is the reason I haven't been putting literally any effort into it. I've actually been told the story in its current implementation is pretty short. It also doesn't help that the way you find the story is literally you have to talk to the traders and be like, hey, is there anything interesting in that around? And they'll guide you to a specific trader that will then be like, oh yeah, there's totes something interesting. It's over there. And that's just how it works. Okay, so put that in that stack. Alright, so then we have the onion. Alright, so you are going to rot any time now. I was going to potentially cook that just for the trip out there. If I put that in my hand, how long? Yeah, and I think... Alright, I might cook that. Let's try cooking the bushmeat. Bushmeat doesn't have a very long lifespan, and well, actually, it's going to rot before it finishes cooking, because it does 1 stack at a time, so forget the bushmeat. Basically, I'm just looking to grab a handful of food that we can bring with us. The best travel food is pretty much, is bread. Well, I should also check on our trees and berries. Because I have no idea if I leave them on here how long. Okay, so you still got a day. And you still got 4 days. Okay, so we won't worry about that. Alright, so I need to bring food with me. So I could make bread. I really kind of want to save the bread for when we are properly in winter and all that. Or, like, I should say the grain, because it lasts for a long time. If we make that, that'll be like 5 days for that. Well, let's just make a full helping of soup. That'll give me about 5-6 days time on the food. For just keeping along the route. And then what I could do is any berries we see along the way, I can snag those. And it should be okay. Because it is one of those things that it just so happens where this place showed up isn't particularly inconvenient. It's like not close, but it's also not far. So let's get you all sorted out. Because I also don't want to be gone super long, because it's going to go for a little over a day before our charcoal runs out. And then when that happens, if I don't top it off, our steel production turns off. You can also kill animals and fish on the trip if needed. Yeah, now if I get down to needing to hunt along the way, then I end up having to deal with the consequences of some of our stuff. Let's see, is there any other things we want to bring? Alright, so let's put you on the bar. Put you on the bar. So where we're going is going to be potentially dangerous. I don't know if I'm going to need to mine a whole lot. I probably want to bring a pickaxe with me, but let's go light on the equipment just in the event I run into some fights I'm not ready for. You know, I could potentially drop my stuff. I'm not planning on doing any prospecting here, so let's put all that away. Let's put our full health pickaxe. I'll keep the one pickaxe we've already got on us. Which, don't get me wrong, losing that would be bad enough as is. Yeah, so basically, I got a pair of axes with me, I've got one pickaxe, and I've got all that. If we do die, we'll have that. Now, you'll notice I have a temporal gear here. My plan here is I would plan to go near the area, hop the temporal gear to give myself a respawn point down that way. That way if I die, I can just, you know, hopefully fairly easily get my stuff back. And then if I have to retreat from there, we retreat back. Alright. Grab all our soup. Put you all away. Let's take one quick peek at our steel production before I leave. Just to keep it running for as long as possible while we're gone. Yeah, so I won't be able to top it off any more than that, I don't think. I'll grab a couple units of coal. And see, but I'm thinking it'll probably be a no. Okay, so I topped off the one tile. I don't know if that'll help with both sides of it, but with that, we are on our journey. And so the journey is to basically go straight to the south. And I could not run to save my hunger a bit, but honestly, as far as we're going, I am not walking that whole way. So we're going to be exploring the area. This will be the farthest we've gone from spawn / where we built our home. By moving with the temporal gear down here, if I do set up the temporal gear, it means when I die, I will appear wherever I put that temporal gear. So we're kind of already committing to using 2 temporal gears. One to set my point down here, and then if I die, like, you know, when I'm done coming back up and using another temporal gear up top there. Now granted, I've got spares. And I don't see a reason to work on building the highway going down here because that'd just take forever. But we are going to grab any food we see along the way. and all that stuff. It's your birthday in game. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you're talking birthdays early month kind of stuff. It's just one of those things that you'll spend a lot of the game in the earlier part of the month because the months are only, what is it, 9 days long? Yeah, so apparently happy birthday. Alright. Yeah, so we're just on an adventure. I'm also curious, this will be, again, the farthest we've gone from spawn. I do know there are different biomes, whether you go like north or south or whatever, that it is a mechanic in the game that you can't really grow stuff everywhere. Like if I go to the north and I get plants that only survive in like boreal areas and I bring them down, they'll just die when the summer shows up because they'll get too hot. And just the same, though, if I grab tropical plants and I bring them up when the winter rolls around, they'll also die. So from what I've been seeing people talk about, is if you kind of want to be able to get all the plants, you just have to set up, like, multiple locations to live. And either have teleporters between them, if you can get across them. Like, I don't know if you can move teleporters, don't spoil if you can. I know there are teleporters in the game. I just don't, like, I know you can find them and they'll be connecting between a couple of points. Yeah, I'm gonna leave all those. But yeah, it's like the idea is you either find teleporters to get you from a couple of different places, or just like make a road to run between a couple different places, or go back and forth. Because the good news is for like the crops you'd probably care about, like your tree fruit or whatever, if you wanted like pomegranates and all that. Realistically, you're probably going to only need to go to, like, you'll put like a pomegranate orchard and only go back and forth like once. Ooh, I can already see there's a clay jar right there. All right, so let's mark this ruin on the map. Yeah, honestly, that's not gonna take long. We're honestly very not far in the day, and we've gone from where home is up here. Yes, they've gone this distance. I gotta go like 3 more times that distance. Well, that was disappointing. It's just a bunch of dried grass. It's not a bad thing, but not particularly exciting. That's an interesting thing going on here. I'm gonna mark this as a ruin because it is weird. But we're not gonna fret it. Okay, and we found some quartz, because of course we did. Alright. We'll be dealing some rolling hills. Let's see, you purchased wireless earbuds that have 20 plus hours of stream safe sound quality for $3. Man, sleep has never been this good. Full-time sleep audio. Not true wireless, but any other earbud, no matter how much, doesn't hurt the ears. And only $3. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, I like having something mildly distracting when I'm trying to fall asleep. So having some type of audio going is good. But at the same time, when it comes to, like, proper earbud kind of things, I find I can't really make that work, because, you know, they just stick in your ears, you end up rolling over, like, putting your ear down, you have this big thing in your ear. So I can totally get that. That's an interesting formation where we've got, like, this mountain, there's this big opening chasm underneath it. Let's look at the giant open chasm underneath there. Because that seems weird. Why is the ceiling glowing? Oh, I think it's just a little crack that goes up to the surface. That's so weird. Yeah, as far as I could tell, it's just a deep gaping chasm underneath the mountain for some reason, just like some really weird world gen. Like it couldn't decide whether it's supposed to have a sea or a lake. Or sorry, a sea or a mountain. It's an interesting formation for what it's worth. Okay, that's just some pretty funky world gen. But yeah, not seeing anything of interest down there, just weird world gen nonsense. And no matter how many times and how many games update their world gen to make it better and better, anytime you're dealing with procedural, you'll always have some funky stuff like that happen. Maybe it happens a lot, maybe a little, all depends on the game's world gen. But it's the same thing with like Minecraft, where I don't know about nowadays because I haven't played in forever, but always the thing that you'd start in the middle and the world gen would do relatively good, but as you got farther and farther out from the start of the map, the world gen would start getting a little more dodgy as things got along. So you start ending with like floating sky islands and all sorts of just really jaggy terrain everywhere. Alright, were the cranberries 2 days? No. So currents will eat first. And see, the Farlands used to be a thing in Minecraft once you got past a certain distance of spawn in Minecraft. Yeah, like you get out there and things would be busted. It wasn't like some deliberate intention. It was just the way they did the randomization. The numbers would start getting more and more outlandish as the numbers got bigger. Because it's how they were doing their world generation calculations. But like I said, that was way back. I have no idea if that's still a thing or not. But it was a byproduct of doing a lot of stuff. The fucking stuff like that is really cool. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, having that weird cave thing, like, you know, is interesting to investigate. Is it meaningful? Is it purposeful? No. But it was just an oddity to explore. There's mods that put back the Farlands and give them lore. I am not surprised at all about that. Oh, and the game went out of my way to warn me, being like, yo, this place is gonna be dodgy, it's gonna be dangerous. Which is the reason I'm bringing the gear to respawn me if I die over here. Because that's sounding like a highly probable outcome of going down here. Can't remember, witch's hat poisonous, right? No, we can eat witch's hat. Honestly, in this case, I'm gonna chuck the rye on the ground. And the reason I'm chucking the rye on the ground is while it lasts long, I have to do stuff to make it useful.
Thank you Anjiryu Sensei for subscribing for 19 months.
Thank you, Anjiru Sensei, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and used it here, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you so much for the continued support and all that, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement free viewing as well as access to the emotes. 19 whole months. That's more than 2 days. A long time. Such a good thing there's no downers with tridents in this game. Tridents. Is that like you can actually just get a weapon trident? Eldon. Placed in the brow of an elk to claim ownership. You can only claim ownership of one elk. Yeah, no, I did see that there is, you can get a elk mount. I've yet to see an elk. My assumption is you have to go up north farther to see them, because elk tend to be pushing proper boreal and all that for their climate in real life. It's been a while since you played Minecraft. Yeah, drowners are water zombies, and they sometimes spawn with tridents, which is silly strong. Gotcha.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you for the hype train. I don't actually see the second thing someone did to trigger the hype train, so thanks so much for that. I'm guessing whatever it was just hasn't come through the Twitch API yet. Because I do see Anjiru's sub, but it usually takes two events to make that happen, so that's weird. Twitch is like, I really want you to have a hype train.
Thank you Jwalker76 for subscribing for 21 months.
And thank you Jay Walker for the tier 1 sub. 21 months you've been subbed to the channel. As a random question, did you do that to did that trigger the hype train, or was that in response to the hype train?
Thank you Nonameroy for subscribing for 13 months.
Thank you
GYPSYJ2LOL.
And thank you No Name Roy for the 13 subs. You've been 13 months you've been subbed to the channel.
Yay.
I really do appreciate that as well. Grab these. In response. Yeah, that's the thing that's weird. Thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate that as well. Hey, Nuclear, how's it going? And how are we doing so far as making time down here? Yeah, so we're over halfway there. And we're still on our very first day running, and we didn't even start running till halfway through the day. So honestly, it's not that bad. It sucks that so much of it's through the forest, and there was that one mountain range. But honestly, we didn't get that much in the way of mountain range. I was worried we are gonna have those like sheer ledge mountains where I have to like climb up and down one after the other after the other. The only reason the forest is a problem is stuff like this where you can't see where you're going. And then also the risk of just running into a bear, because that'd be kind of our worst case scenario, is get 90% of the way down here, getting caught out by a bear and killed, and then, you know, having to try and run back and collect our things while the timer's running. What are you? Aw, it's an adorable wolf puppy. Which means there's probably other wolves nearby here ready to maul my face. Okay. Alright, we're already getting close enough that the X is moving around a bit when I... Oh, please. Let's see, in September, train could be triggered by one sub event per instance. You understand? It's decided by the streamer if you need 2 or 4, but not only 1. Gotcha. Normally, because like, I do get the set being like, hey, it needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, however many events. I don't get the choice of 1 normally. Usually it's 2, which is what I've got it set for. I think I have it set for 2. I'm pretty sure it's 2. Because I set it for a long time ago. It could be possible that they're doing a promotion that are like, no, 1 event is all needed from now on. Or like for September and all that. which is fine. I would probably still want to leave it at 2 or 3, just so it's not a thing that, like, every single time someone subs where there's any type of reasonable gap, it kicks off again and again. Because there would be a point where it'd just be a nuisance at that stage. That's fine, I'll break one of these. Okay. And thank you for the kicking off the combo. I am still not used to the combo thing, so every time the combo thing happens, like, was that? That's one of the experimental things they've added in, is where you can, like, put in your 5 or so biddies, and then people can, like, add more and more to it to make a bunch of things. What the heck is it even? So combo's a fairly new thing they added to the platform. Basically what happened... Yeah, exactly. It just, like, when you throw bits at it, it'll, like, make, like, little emote icons appear over the stream and stuff like that, and it is Twitch itself. It's pretty tame. But, it's interesting. Like, because if it was something that's, like, really obnoxious, I would have gotten rid of it. Not many people are utilizing it, partly because people don't know, and partly because usually if you're trying to get attention, so, like, a bunch of stuff going on, you're probably doing other things. So yesterday you triggered a hype train with 200 bits after Randall's 5 gifts, but you didn't see anything trigger this one. Yeah, no, yeah, that's exact, because, like, normally it's 2 events required to do it. Now, it's possible that maybe someone subbed or whatever, but didn't announce it, which is totally fine. But usually in the past when you've done that, it doesn't trigger the hype train. Yep, so we had, the combo went on, so we had 51 of the dancing dino for 255 biddies and all that, between Cookie and Orange. And then thank you so much for the level 2 hype train, with 3 subs and 457 biddies. I really do appreciate it. It's also possible that Twitch's API just goofed, so even though, like, it counted the sub, it just didn't send the alert, so we didn't see it. And, you know, that's fine. It is what it is. But I super duper appreciate all that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. Couldn't do it without the support everyone's showing me. So thank you so much for that. Very genuinely, to be able to continue to stream, all that stuff is what makes it happen. Plus, like, the Partner Plus stuff. I'm not doing a Partner Plus push right now. We're locked in till, I think it's, like, next summer. Like, early next summer. So, think you bought 6 months? Oh, did I miss that you got 6 months? Wait, did I miss that? Da-da-da-da-da. Why am I not... You must have gotten to the 6 months... Yeah, it didn't show it. Gotcha. Yeah, well, thank you for getting 6 months. I really do appreciate that. For those who don't know, if you're going to be subscribed to the channel for, like, the next 3 months, 6 months, that you're like, oh yeah, no, I'm totally going to be subscribed there, that's just a foregone conclusion or whatever, you could save a bunch of money by, during the September, just grabbing a bigger time frame all at once. Because if you do that, then it's locked in for, like, the next 6 months and all that. And you get the, was it 30% discount, 35% discount, something like that? Yeah, 30% discount. And so that just goes a long way. Save your money. Good old Death Cat. Everyone's favorite. Yeah, so you notice how much ground I was covering for getting down here, and now that I'm having to climb over all these hills and mountains, the speed I'm getting closer is much, much, much worse. Which is fine. I was expecting that to hurt. Is the discount on them or you, or shared? I honestly don't know this year. I would assume shared this year. A lot of times in the past they've eaten the difference. But genuinely, I don't know off the top of my head. Like, regardless, save your money though. Because if you're worried about the money with that, save your money to like get the 6 month, you save your 30%, and then if you gift like a sub or two at any point, that'll already be probably more money coming my way than if you just kind of held on. You know, save your money where you can. You know, important thing that, you know, people are here and they're happy and all that. That's what keeps the channel going. If people didn't show up, none of the other stuff would happen. So as we're revealing the map, so I'm not seeing any really exotic biome differences. I've also not been paying close attention to the temperature to see if, like, it's noticeably been going up or down. Like, it's definitely colder right now than before we start our journey, but that's a matter of daytime versus nighttime. Oh, it's loose flint. What type of stone is here? Because that might be limestone. Chalk. Alright, well, I've already got a bunch of chalk marked. The money definitely helps. Oh, yeah, I mean, definitely. And I know you've probably heard lots and lots and lots of creator singing the praises of Partner Plus, or Plus program. It's no longer Partner Plus. It triggers a cancel sub if you don't want to sub for 6 months. In 6 months' time. Yeah, no, that's the thing. By all means, adjusting it. That is one of those things I do wish you could kind of just go to your sub in Twitch and not have to, like, cancel and resub to change, like, the increment. I wish you could just, like, flip it on the increment to just streamline that, being like, okay, it's September, I can hit the thing to say, hey, I want to sub for 6 months, and it would flip over to that, and then you could just change it back later. It'd also be one of those things that you could do the 6 month in advance and then immediately flip it back, and then you'd be locked in for the 6 months, and when that expires, you go to the other one. I wish it worked like that. Not many websites do this. It's not even a Twitch thing. There is a very, very large number of websites that I wish you had that kind of functionality to take advantage of whatever promotions they're offering. But a lot of times they don't, because they're just kind of hoping you'll forget about it. Alright, we'll mark there's a little teeny tiny ruin here. Okay, so we're getting close to this Grand Archive. There's another set of ruins over here. Alright. So we have lots of rot here. We have obsidian blade, a ruined knife, some deformed skulls, an aged torch holder, and people mention these aged torch holders make it so torches last forever, so I'm going to take those. Even if I don't plan on using them much. Got all that rot. The obsidian, yes, there is just obsidian stone. What's the durability on you? Yeah, I mean, that's not that exciting. I was kind of hoping for more exotic stuff, but that's fine. It's a fancy pot to adorn your house. Yeah, the only problem is I gotta get all the junk out of it. Okay. Toss the grass, toss the rot, toss the skull, there we go. Let's see, it's kind of awful how many subscription services legitimately Strat is just hoping you forget to cancel it and make it cumbersome to cancel. Yeah, no, there's definitely ones that are worse than that. Twitch is pretty straightforward in the sense that you just go and say, I don't want it anymore. You could still definitely forget about it, which is a whole big problem. Ow. So that's just quartz down there. I was curious because, like, at a distance, I wasn't sure if I was seeing some kind of brick. You had to get a new credit card once to cancel a gym membership? Oh, yeah, no, I've definitely heard about some of those things. You found the exact same setup of a Ruin game, but it was the peak of mountain near the base. It's rather picturesque. Oh, yeah, no, I can see that. Just like one of the snow-capped mountains, just have like that up top. Have just a big scenic view and all that. Because I have no idea how big these ruins are going to be. Ooh, slate! This is not convenient at all. But let's mark here that slate is in this area. So we do decide to make anything with slate. That thing there, because I found I really like the slate roofs. But you have to find slate to do that. And so now we gotta deal with all this mountainous area. Slate gravel. Let's see, Xbox Live viewed to actually be near impossible to cancel. They sent us certified later from their main office to cancel. Yeah, no, I've seen some pretty big nightmares. Like I said, Twitch you have to remember you've got the subscription and then go to the individual thing and deal with it. The only big negative, and I think they changed this, but I could be wrong, is I do know for a while if you subscribed on mobile, you had to unsubscribe on mobile. If you subscribed on web, you had to unsubscribe on web. And that was just like an implementation thing. Because mobile versions of pretty much everything has like a 15, 20, 30% surcharge because Apple and Google, you know, charge them more, so they pass on that expense. The mobile thing is still a thing? Yeah. And it has to do with the fact that, like I said, any time you buy something from the Apple's, like that, any application that goes through Apple, then the application has a 30% increase cost, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's not Twitch's fault. They're kind of just subject to the realities of that. It's one of the reasons why it's something I definitely recommend very, very heavily, that with anything, do not sub through the mobile app. Even if you're going to be, you know, like, and this isn't even Twitch, just in general. If you're going to use something between a, like, computer platform, or there is a computer platform and the mobile app, always, always, always go to the web version. Do not use the mobile app to pay money, because you're always going to be paying a surcharge. People say that gyms only survive with people who purchase subscriptions and never visit. Is that true? I have no idea. I mean, there's definitely times I see gyms that are very, very active. Okay. So that's where I'm assuming we would be. So I need to set my spawn point. So I'm going to put the spawn point right up here. Alright. So I've set the spawn point up there. And the implication is that this place is really dangerous. Because they were like, be ready, expect pain. Some stats are crazy, like 90% of people pay a monthly sub will only visit once every 2 months. Oh yeah, I would actually just amount that to, honestly, normal gym stuff. Like, it's the same thing of, you know, I used to do, like, sell treadmills and all that, and it used to be kind of a joke to us that people would buy the treadmill and within a couple of weeks, it would be just a laundry hanger. So I would assume that's clearly the break. Not that I know I would want... I guess I'm just going to need a really... Oh, there is a ladder here. I have no idea if that ladder works or not. Let's get a couple blocks of dirt. I need to test... Before I go jumping down this deep chasm, grab some more so I can climb back up. Because if the ladder works, then we're fine. It says it can be repaired using glue. Right, but I don't want to go and take the time. Okay, so ladder does work. Oh, I cannot destroy this here. Cool, it's claimed by a higher power. I am feeling very not confident about this. Give me my weapon back. That's straight up better than what I'm wearing. Hang on. 78% versus 40. %. Hey, you know what? Some stuff's getting thrown on the ground. Give me my weapon back. Don't do me like this. 80% versus 78%. 1.1 defense to start with. Here, you can have that back, buddy. Okay, these are basically about done. All right. You've got rope. Draw dummy. My confidence here is about as low as it could go. Okay, before we go down, library. This door cannot be opened by hand. Don't knock me back. Bell Workshop. An ominous blue light down below us in the distance. What I want to make sure is I can find my way back out. Okay. Do we have any marks? Not really. Okay, so let's get back over here. And we're going to go down the stairs. The stairs that I'm deeply concerned by. Apparently a bunch of coal in here. Okay, so it's allowed to take the coal out of the box, but the other coal, impossible. It's super coal. May not be removed under any and all circumstances. Give me your coal. Am I... I mean, it's cool that... Oh, you know what? I see what you're gonna make me do. Okay. Can I not? Oh. I heard the thing start and I was like, wait, what? I was trying to close the door. Because the boiler that you don't close the door wouldn't work very well. Get on up to rusty gear. A Jonas part. Yeah, here, you know what?
I have came to bring you a few coins. You do not starve and turn into dust.
I appreciate the coins. Can't put those away once I grab them out. I don't know if I care about these. We'll toss those in the ground. Alright, but thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that, Crying Wolf. Just being distracted by all this nonsense. Gets a water tank. All the pumps and all that are doing their things. We got a tunnel over there and a tunnel over here. Now the curiosity is, does this only work while engineering has charcoal in it? Or Noble's Quarters? Or is it something that, like, once I've activated it, it just stays activated? I don't really care about the butterfly. Got a painting and a warm robe. It's nice what I'm wearing. Got ourselves some glasses and a necklace. I'm not gonna worry about the simple bow. I don't have arrows with me. Now, thing to watch is her sanity is very slowly going down, which will eventually be a problem. Fine trousers, messenger trousers. Silver brooch. Scribe belt. And a elk medallion night sky. Places on the brow of a tamed elk to claim ownership. You can only claim one elk at a time, so I definitely want to take that. Game. You need to chill with all the stuff you're giving me. Honestly, get a spear out of my inventory. Keep expecting to come out here and see something truly awful. Prince gloves. Two gold ingots and a silver brooch. What'd you give me truly awful? Whatever the heck else lives down here. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever the heck else lives down here is going to be awful. A single piece of granite. Another single piece of granite. Another single piece of granite. A stick with a butterfly. So we got berries in the toolbar? Yep. That is what I am eating while I'm down here. Okay, nothing much to look at in here. This is a very deep hole. Yeah, and I'm willing to bet it goes probably all the way down to bedrock. It's already at minus 56, and I think it was just around minus 100, which is when we hit the very bottom. The commons. No one else? Oh, those commoners, always causing trouble. Oh, whatever this is, I went out, let me go. Okay. This isn't the first time I fought the spiders. We've seen these before. Been a long time. I'm genuinely more scared about falling off than the actual damage they're doing. Okay, so I can't loot those. That's all I was curious about. Locust nest? You cannot build or destroy here. It's claimed by higher power. Yet it is lowering in life, so I'm going to hit it anyways. I'm assuming it'll hit 0 and just nothing will happen. Because some of the things I was looking at said I could only get, you know, the items from Locust. Yeah, so it just resets its health. That's fine. I figured it's going to be something like that. It's all spider webs. Let me through all this. Ow! Metal hurts. All sorts of crucibles and all that down here. That's the way we got in here. Cooking stuff, cooking stuff, cooking stuff. Pile of bones. Metal barrel. Okay, empty crock pots. Aged firewood. Clay ovens I can add wood to. We've got brown cloth and rush matting. I want to say cloth is actually kind of okay to find. Okay, let's take one quick evaluation of this armor. So we got the armor here. It is the Brigandine armor. I kind of don't want to get rid of my leather stuff because we're going to use that to make other things later. That's why I went with this, what I got. Let's see. So we're about to break that weapon. Honestly, so that's just a storage vessel copper. The silver brooch. I'm going to go ahead and let's check to see if the silver brooch has any... Oh, come on. Do you have any other function? No. I'm going to chuck you on the ground. Because the brown cloth, do you have function? I can make clothing out of it. Okay. Do you have any other function? I can make you very easily. So toss the cloth on the ground, because that I can make at least. A peasant headscarf. A symbol of their pride. Doesn't give any stats, so no goggles. Prisoner binds. Okay, nothing in this one. I can see over there, it's the stack of crates, so nothing in that one. Ow! The hell are you that just hit me like a truck? I regret instigating this fight. Please die. Please die. Please die. I'm begging you. Okay. The heck was that thing? Alright. A Jonas subassembly consummately crafted gearbox. Cool, man. I don't know what any of that means. It seems useful, so I'm going to chuck that in the ground. Are you used for anything? You are ingredient for the... Wait, what's that? Did it say teleporter? Teleporter... Oh, come on. Meanwhile, we'll just bandage ourselves. For no discernible reason. And for some reason, my hunger is non-existent. Like, it literally took hunger out of me to take those hits. And you are just a rusty gear. Okay, good to know. Oh, commoners and their lack of having anything of value. You've already been over there. Oh. Yeah, other places they'll let you break those and they'll give you goodies. So you got a copper cleaver, a wooden club, salt. Actually, I haven't seen salt. Can I put you here? No, that'd have been too easy. Not worry about the salt. I'm sure I can make that other ways. Okay, so that was the way in, so let's keep exploring. Nothing worthwhile over there and there. Crushed alum. Diluted alum. Yes, it's just something for that. Both of those are empty. There is a hallway back there. There's another one over here, too. Okay, that one's collapsed too much for me to get at. This one over here to the right. Okay, let's leave that alone. Those spikes take, like, 10 bars of health out of me. Not 10 bars. It takes a heck of a lot of health out of me. They also seem to very much get stuck. There we go. Okay, that's engineering I'm hearing. Alright, there's the last bandage. Okay, so these stairs are so ruined that we can't go down the stairs anymore. So my assumption is by turning that engineering stuff on, I could go back upstairs, and one of those other rooms will be open now. Because it said they couldn't be opened by hand. Now we turned on the power and engineering. Not be opened by hand. That's the other door over there. If that doesn't work, we'll try going back down. I saw there was a broken part on the walkway that goes around that might be traversable. Okay, so the Bell Workshop did open. Empty, empty. Keep thinking I'm hearing things and it's freaking me out. Surprisingly, despite the fact that it's showing unstable, it's clearly got a mechanic that's preventing my stability from actually going down. I'm also not loving that this is clearly like a scripted tunnel that has nothing in it, enemies or otherwise. Can I... There we go. Mm-hmm. I feel great about this. No. I'm sure that's... Like, it's clearly set up here where if I fight them, I can't... get through there. But it makes sense. You're supposed to explore here. If the walls start bleeding and you had things spawning on top of you, you might... Distracted? Yeah, so the problem is, if you notice, like, all of this is designed so that once we engage that fight, it'll be very hard for me to retreat out. Because you saw just me trying to back out of that fight, if I got past that door, I won't really be able to hold. And I do think this is the next area I have to mess with. Yeah, so literally I have to go that way. There's definitely some big ominous thing in the middle. Yeah, and I'm not seeing a platform for those lower ones, so I don't actually think those lower rooms are in play, at least not now. Maybe they are later. Okay, so I'm going to see if they despawn from me walking that far away. If they do, I might take my chances at it. If they are still just standing there, then I think my window for trying to make a move on it right now is out the window. Because realistically, I open that door, I'm going to have those 3 hitting me, and they're the deep varieties. So they're going to do a decent amount of damage, probably 3-4 per hit. I think once you start the fight, you cannot retreat, you either win or die. Yeah, that's basically what my thought is. With the way this tunnel is so dodgy for getting... Because it's not even just crouching, sometimes I have to stand, sometimes I have to crouch. I do think it is one of those ones that once I kick the fight off with how this is all set up, that hit me way harder than the others. So that's bad news. Oh, that's really bad news. I didn't bring a torch spare with... There's not a torch or anything up here. I'm not gonna be... Well, maybe I can go down there. Why do you have to be the middle of the freaking night? So I'm hoping I can do... I can't do anything. I can't see anything. Yeah, I'd hoped when it was just the spider in there, I was hoping I could just walk up to the bell and hit it a whole bunch of times really fast to kill it. So the problem is I don't have long in-game before my stuff despawns. But I can't do anything, because I can't see anything at all. I clearly fell off something really high. I'm not inside their room. Oh, did we die? Yeah, no, we went to the enemy that respawned stuff. I took a pass. I actually got a bunch of hits on it. And then instead of... Like, the little spider was only doing a couple of hits of damage, but one tainted enemy spawned in there and just took my life away. The problem is, when I respawned, it's nighttime. I don't have a torch. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so I get to keep all my armor that was on. So the armor was kind of the big thing we got out of there, the armor and the clothing. Granted, we would have lost our, we lost actually a couple good things. I just can't do anything right now. I can't sleep to fast forward time. I can't make a torch because I can't see enough to make literally anything. So, like, literally I'm stuck just kind of waiting till day up. So while we wait for it to be bright enough for anything to happen, I need to use the restroom really quickly anyway, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. But thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So I'll be back here in a moment. We're going to take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. Alright, so enable auto repair. That's helpful. I was pretty sure I didn't have a person who could do that anymore because we took some bad deaths earlier. I'm going to cut that line. But then the idea is if this ever gets contaminated again, I can just reconnect that line to get water through. Or whatever. I mean, I've already built it, it's fine. It can just sit there. If I need to get rivet later, I get rivet later. You go ahead and pull that down, and we'll just cut across here, same deal. Oh, where is my bucket? Is my bucket upstairs still? I shouldn't go for it, but I'm gonna. Just ignore the creepy things crawling in the distance. It's fine. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo. All right. And we are back. So we're starting to get the tiniest inklings of light. And it looks like I fell down a deep hole, which we kind of figured was the case when it took a bunch of damage out of nowhere. Alright, so my hope of what we'll be able to do here is I don't know how much longer we have till my stuff disappears. Now the good news is, of the stuff I would lose, the worst one I would lose is the iron pickaxe, which is not all that big deal, all things considered. Would be mildly annoying. Yeah, that's a deep hole. I'm actually surprised that didn't kill me. Which does make me curious, where did I see those spiders before? That's not the first time we saw those spiders. And people... Oh, right! I marked it with a skull and crossbones the last place we saw those spiders. So I need to do here real fast is I need to find a second stone. I'm gonna make a torch for ourselves. Actually, you know what? I don't even need to do that. I can see enough to get to the ladder. And there was light down here. If not, we'll die horrifically and learn nothing for our expenses. There we go. Now I died just over here. Because I've already dropped my thing, so I've got nothing else to lose. Ah, you kidding me? It's dark? That's fair. Okay, so back to the initial plan of make a torch real fast. Had the ladder. All right. The engineering box had torches and was lit. I hope I didn't kill myself. I did. I accidentally jumped off the ladder. I really, really dislike these mountains. Jumped off the ladder. Well, that's a downer. Why'd you? Alright. Is that over there? There you are. Okay. Be fast about this. Oh, I just realized I have no idea if I can even get sticks up here. I don't think I've seen any trees or anything. Oh, never mind. I take that back. Alright, so let's really quickly get a couple of sticks, a little bit of grass, make ourselves a torch just in case. So I got my sticks. I didn't make a knife. I'm like, why is this not working? Okay, grab these. Alright. Grab you two, drop you there. There's a thing to light this. There's a torch. Drop that on the ground, light it up. Pick you up. Put you on my bar. Plant those just to get them out of my inventory. Okay. Because it won't be too much longer till our stuff disappears. So right now we're mostly on recover our stuff. Trying to kill the bell thing, I think, is just not that important for what we're doing right now. You gotta keep in mind as completely full inventory. So the bell thing is guarding our stuff? Yes. My hope is I can run in and just run back out. The nice thing is the armor stayed on me. So small gains there. I have some damage reduction. I can probably run in, grab whatever we can pick up, run back out, you know, get things assessed, sorted, whatever, and figure it out from there. Now, I'm assuming the thing's life reset, so I can't just death run it a couple of times. Because also, there's a lot of risk of me not having torches and all that to get in there. Where's my stuff? Am I too late? Okay, so my stuff already despawned. Oh, you know what's the one that actually hurts from that? That means my bags are gone. Temporal storm is approaching? A heavy one? Boo. A large temporal gear. Too large for normal use. Must have some other purpose. Oh, we had a bunch of the other stuff. A story passed down must be related to this place. Let's see. I've already mentioned that the broken pump we found is an issue, and one of the gears with this morning. Naturally, I repaired the gear already, and it needs to be reinserted. But there might be some delay before we could requisition a new pump. I shall ask Wade and his team that I might repurpose one of his devices from the mines, but I suspect he will loathe to part with it. In the meantime, I fear that there will be some disruption to the mechanism running these archives. I know the scribes find it unpleasant, but you'll have to enter the library through the maintenance room for now. Don't worry, he won't bother you. Alright. Yeah, so the thing is, that's a good thing, but we lost 2 other pieces for making, like, the night vision and all that. When our stuff despawned. Let's see. Man, they're already ready for this. They're gonna end up killing me the moment I open that door. And I don't really have another recourse, and I don't think I can get far enough away to cause them to go away. Eh. So the downside is I don't have food. I'm a little actually worried that we're going to drop this big gear that I think goes to engineering, and then it's going to despawn. And that'll just be the end of it. And regardless of what happens, we're going to be dying here very soon. Because I didn't manage to recover food, there's no food up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and just beeline and see if I can't toss this gear in there. So I don't brick this. Because it's clear that the gear was the special thing back there. Toss the parts of the box for now. I haven't been able to put things in the boxes. I don't think it's gonna matter. Okay, I did get the gear in place. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to see you once again. Yeah, because I can't even put the candles down. That's the thing that's a concern. I don't know how rare these parts are, but we're just gonna lose them. There we go. Rual Storge forgot to eat. I do hate it when that happens. And considering I have nothing left to lose down here, here, still going down. There we go. So what we're looking for is the staircase. I mean, grab our torch that's laying on the ground here. Yeah, and they said we're going to go through maintenance to get into the library for now. But that was until we get the gear in place, which is what I just did. So my assumption is I just opened the library using the gear. Oh, and it lit up the floor below us. Okay. And then the issue was the floor below us, the staircase had collapsed. So I can't actually get there. Oh yeah, no, we lost our original stuff. That's the thing. The default settings, your stuff is only around for 10 more minutes. So we already lost our iron pickaxe and all that. So at this point, I'm kind of looking at it as I've got nothing to lose. Okay, so we need to go farther down. Yeah, no, to assume a lot of the Jonas stuff, we have other sources. Now, I did see... We can check back here. It could be that there's another room back here. Yeah, because this door doesn't work. And this one had spare torches and all that. That's the coal we saw earlier. Yeah, so I turned on the other one of these. The coal is running out. Well, that is unfortunate because the coal disappeared on my body. No, I'm not going to worry about it. So what I'm thinking about doing is I thought on one of these sides there was an area that looked like I could climb down. Like, not the staircase, because the staircases are busted. But there was a chunk missing out of here. It's not really what I had in mind, but I'll take it. Okay. The reservoir is as labeled. Yeah, the problem is without the lantern, I can't go in the water and have light. Aww. That's the super growing blocks. Okay, so this is a nothing. And pretty soon we're gonna start starving to death. Which will fortunately take a long time to kill us. Okay, we're not gonna be traversing that area. Now, I am seeing no more doors below here, so I think this is the bottom of this place. We got that main door over there. But yeah, the only things I lost of value is I did lose a bronze, what is it, the phalanx? I had one that was in full condition, and one that was about to break. And I had an iron pickaxe as half destroyed. I did find the elk, whatever it was, that I could tame an elk. Alright. Ah! Get a teleport. Get a teleport. Left for player revival? Okay. Player revival. No, it did teleport me back. It just teleported back my corpse. I'm curious what player revival means. I think it's just going to forcefully respawn me. But, No, you're right. It did teleport. Well, actually, I'm not sure. Oh, probably for another player to revive you? This could be, and yeah, and that's probably a multiplayer thing. You're probably right. Alright. Okay. You think you'll make this place after getting the steel armor? Yeah, no, honestly, everything was going great until I ran to the bell, and even then, like I said, I got a good, like, 6, 7, 8 hits on the bell, and it really didn't feel like it was going bad, but then one of the tainted enemies spawned, and when it spawned, it just trucked me for, like, a quarter of my health in one hit, and I was already a bit injured. Where is... There you are. No problem here. I'm gonna run really fast to the stairwell, take the stairs down. Because like I said, I figure I've got nothing left to lose. Because genuinely, if I die enough times that I don't spawn here again, that I go back to, like, my home spawn, that puts me closer to where my actual home is. Can I see where the actual way to get down is from? Oh, where's engineering, by the way? And grab a spare torch. Well, because I accidentally picked it up out of the crate, I'm stuck holding it. And I cannot place these. Yeah, and there's nothing I can do about the coal, because I can't pick up the coal from the other side. And this is the Bell Lab over? No, the Bell Lab was upstairs. Noble's quarters. Death. Death. A heavy temporal storm is imminent? Yep. And I expect to just chain die in here when that happens. Waste. We already went that way, it was this way. Reservoir. There's nothing farther this way. You know, it's curious how you're actually expected to get down here. Oh, interesting, we did get our stuff back. Rot. Closed, closed, closed. Alright. Yeah, no, this is definitely took me back and forth. Okay. Come on. Getting stuck in everything. Yeah. Okay, so respawn. And I think we're done going downstairs because our stuff is gone. And I don't believe I can, like, nix out the respawn gear thing. So we're probably gonna just chain die a couple times here. Killed by a Nightmare Shiver in one hit. And got killed by a double-headed drifter. Yeah, that's what I figured. Is with this heavy storm going on, I'm just gonna let them keep killing me to use up all the returning point things. Because right now I'm respawning here, and then the actual spawn is up there somewhere. So we checked it out. I think it was an interesting thing. I'm imagining if we got down there far enough, we could find the glider. My only big thing is it's like based entirely around the combat in this game. And I have been pretty unenthused about the combat in this game. If we still had our stuff down there, I was going to try and recover it, but we already lost the stuff I cared about. Now, the good news is I actually still feel like I walked away with that, like, benefiting. Because they do actually have the, I actually got some bronze body armor out of it. Where I went in there with leather. Alright. And this is honestly probably faster than me running home. Are they damaging it? Yeah, but my armor's already at 0%. It won't get destroyed. I'll just have to repair it. Which is already going to have to do. When I grabbed it, they were at like 8 and 10% to begin with. That said, I do think the fact that they actually had like a whole dungeon thing down there interesting. And my assumption of what you get out of that, the whole side, Okay, so when we die again, we should go back there. Yeah, no, I wonder what its protection stat would be. I mean, it still says it's protecting me for 79%, 80%. Now, realistically, I'll probably take another death or two, because they're dealing with some pretty nasty stuff. Yeah, no, like I said, I was actually doing really well down there. We had fought a bunch of stuff, and then I just got caught by one of the tainted drifters, and it hit me for, like, most of my health in one hit. And that was kind of what sealed the deal on that one. Yeah, no, there is like a tier system where if an enemy is a higher tier, it massively undercuts the defensive benefit of your armor. So I think it's the same thing. I think it was basically tier 1 is just your regular enemies. Tier 2 is probably like the deep ones. Tier 3 might be the tainted. And so if I was running around, I believe the bronze is tier 2. Yeah. So I'm willing to bet those tainted are damage tier 3. So I was taking very little damage from a lot of stuff. It went from a little to just one-tapping me. If we die again, I'm gonna just wait in my body to try and have this pass, because obviously being outdoors in this... I mean, what I probably should do is just dig a hole straight down, and then just stand in it till till it's over. But I'm kind of in the thing where it's like, alright, I got nothing to lose. There's no XP in the game to take away from me. We lost our equipment from the deep dive. And the good news is I also dropped off a bunch of stuff. So I did lose my pickaxe that was at half health. And I did lose that one weapon that was at full health. But I had left behind my extra pickaxe, all my prospecting picks, and all that. Can we go touch the monster? No, I think that's like literally out in the distance. I don't think you can actually reach any of those things you see in the background. Because they always seem to be at kind of the same distance. I think it's just generally to be unhinged, spooky nonsense. Oh, you know what I am kind of sad we lost? The lantern. I'm actually kind of sad we lost the lantern. Granted, I can get a new lantern fairly easily. Is what the fandom calls him? Oh, so like the big walker thing? People just call the big walker thing, the three-legged one, Dave? I thought people were just joking about that. And 2 gold bars? Right, I'm not counting the gold bars or the Jonas stuff I found in there, because it's kind of the thought of, if I didn't go in there in the first place, I wouldn't have had those things to lose. Because I'd also have lost, like, what is it, 100 coal? I'm not super fussed with it one or the other. Storm needs to let up. Okay, also lost You didn't go into the can't get it back? Yeah. I'd argue is the worst loss. The gold bars? Yeah, probably. But I didn't really need the gold bars for anything. That would have been nice. Hopefully those items can't solve like the game. Oh no, the Jonas things I think are just random drops. They're materials for night vision and all that. So like when we look at the night vision goggles and all that, the materials we drop are pieces for this. Let's go in here. Okay, so we got our spawn point reset. I'll need to replace my food. Okay, so we lost our bags. That's honestly probably the worst part. Because we kept our armor and all this nonsense. So that's all good. But we did lose our bags. So that is one thing there. So we have the mining bag. Actually, I take that back. I have a spare set. They're not as good as my best bags. I actually have one of my best bags laying around. So it's actually not that bad. So there's nothing I could do meaningful with these. Because actually, I can make the mining bag. It requires bronze plate equivalent. Yeah, so if I just take that bag and I give it it's showing only 10. Oh, I have to take my mouse off of it. Yeah, so it looks like it has to be just like bronze or higher. And I already have a bronze bar here, or bronze plate there. So very genuinely, getting that'll be nice and quick and easy. Unfortunately, I did lose a bunch of my bowls. So I am going to need to make more bowls. You just realized what time it is? Grady's going to be super pissed when she gets home. She started work 12 hours ago. She's supposed to be home like 3-4 hours ago. Oh, yeah, one of those days where work kind of just doesn't back off. Alright, so before we go with anything else, you still going? 71% complete. Get you back online. Ow! I'm trying to get things done, if you don't mind. Okay, so we got some stuff to work on. Let's see here. I'm gonna bring the sticks with me, because I gotta make more weapons and all that. I need to grab a stack of clay. Because we're gonna go and make another set of bowls. And get those fired. You just saw an ad for game devs on Cloudflare promoting better online gaming experience. How do you enhance connectivity and latency? If they're talking about the server side, one could argue if you have your servers held, you know, nearer to where the people are using their stuff, you'd have better latency and all that, potentially. If it is some, like, browser or whatever thing, probably not anything meaningful. A lot of the times they'll have something where it's like, anecdotally, they'll have slightly better numbers on something, and they just gotta give a thumbs up and be like, yeah, it's better. Okay, so I'll need the grass. I'll need the sticks. Need the peat. And I suddenly realize I will need a torch. Oh, it's 2, isn't it? There we go. I'm pretty sure one of these boxes I have a thing for lighting stuff up. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, we lost our, like, old leather armor that we just got rid of, or we had been using. I think, honestly, having the higher hunger rate is just not something I care too much. You thought Cloudflare caching servers, not necessarily processing requests? I'm pretty sure Cloudflare does, like, hosting entirely. Like, not just caching, like, you could use them as a web host within themselves, or service, or whatever you're doing. Oh, let's, chuck you in there. Okay, in the meantime... I need to light this up. Okay, and we'll have that to fill up when we're ready. Alright. So now I need to get over here. Oh, I didn't add a door to that. Alright, so... I grab these tin bronze ones. Chuck you here. Actually, it'll need to be 2. Chuck you there. Okay, and grab the torch. Cool. We will need the tongs. And I did toss my spare equipment here. So like I said, I actually do have my spare prospecting pick. I've got my regular pickaxe. I've got these. We actually have those. Got hammers and saws. You can break those up because you got the iron blooms in them. Okay, this is gonna still take a minute to heat up. We'll drop this down here. There's some more iron blooms. Give me your stacks of iron. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. We can grab those other 10 bricks. Isn't that blight? At least it would be funny for all doses. Shouldn't you actually put food in the pot? It should be in the pot. Nope. No, there is no food in the pot. That's what happens when you split your attention span. Okay, so you need to be bronze plate. Bronze plate. You should be spinning. There's 33%. There's 33% wind. You should absolutely be spinning. There's 60%. Well, fine. I'll do it myself. Okay. Because this plate should give me what I need to, make the mining bag again. And then that'll be those. Then I gotta check on seeing if I can't swap out for the leather bags. Because that's what I was using before. And I believe that's the best bags we can get until we're up to sturdy leather. Alright. Let's grab all of you up here. Grab this bag, drop it here. There's the mining bag. Cool. And then we can go here. And get our next 2 bloom furnaces going. And I can drop this all in. And then with all this in, that'll be the last of the iron ingots I can make without going back and grabbing more iron, which I have plenty back where I had mined it from. We'll drop you back on the wall there. I need to pop you off. And light them up. I'm gonna need to do more blacksmithing because we did lose all of our tools. Other than the pickaxe. I mean, we lost a pickaxe. It's just, I had a better one. Or had another one, I shouldn't say better. Honestly, for right now, I can just put the bricks right here. Okay. So let's try, making food again. This time with food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll probably work on, while we're waiting on the steel, is seeing if I can't make the sturdy leather happen for the bigger bags. Because that would be something that'd be really good. We're at a point where I need to make bags anyways, so why not? Okay, so I got all that sorted. Alright, so sturdy leather. Yeah, so sturdy leather, if we look at this, that requires the chromium sulfate, and the chromium sulfate requires chromite. So let's go and get our objectives back on the screen. So boom, boom, boom. Text. So we need chromite. Let's see, acquire chromite. Alright. We already have sulfur, so we're good there. And then we would need saltpeter. Acquire saltpeter. Okay, so we get saltpeter. It's considered a soil material. We could turn the saltpeter into sulfuric acid. We turn the sulfuric acid into chromite sulfate, and then the sulfuric acid we could combine with the chromite for chromite sulfate, whatever. We then turn that into, you can use that to get scraped leather, which we could then turn into sturdy leather. And then with sturdy leather, I can make the sturdy leather backpack, which is going to make a whole lot. And the sturdy mining bag. Oh my god, the sturdy mining bag is obnoxiously expensive. Yeah. But those will be big upgrades. Okay, we can grab you. Okay, so I gotta finish this helping. Get another. Finish this helping. That's supposed to run out of inventory space as part of the plan. And it did not. Which is not part of the plan. Okay. So, with that, we've got our 2 things for acquiring those. So, the first one, let's see if we've seen chromite anywhere on the map. Yeah, because I don't see anything mentioning the saltpeter here. I really wish this was in alphabetical order in some kind. And we don't see the chromite. All right, so I don't see chromite listed there, so clearly we get that someplace else. So we can go chromium sulfate. We get that from chromite. And you get it from crushing chromite nuggets, which is chromium. Okay. Yeah, so chromium ore can be an andesite, graphite, basalt, peridot, kimberlite. Alright, so it's like the andesite and all that. And really, I didn't see it at any point, because I'm assuming... Well, actually, let's double check. It might be one of those ones... Alright, did we see this here? Yeah, because we never... Oh, actually, we do have pins that show gold up. Oh, that's resin, never mind. Yeah, so at no point have I seen an area that lists gold. I've not seen an area that lists silver at any stage. No, I take that back. We actually have a very small trace amounts of silver potentially up there. Minuscule amounts. Gold, I've not seen a single area in the whole map that we've surveyed. Let's see. Cinnabar, borax, sulfurite. Alum. I'm assuming if chromite could be here, we'd see it listed on here. It might be one... I can't imagine it's just a material we can't survey for. There we go. Last helping. Alright. And how are you doing? You were not lit. I'm glad I checked. That's not what I wanted to do. It is what I did. It does show up on the list. Yeah, why am I... Oh, you know what it could be? It could be in here not as chromite, but something else. Let's go chromium. Or... We got the chromite nugget. Huh. So maybe it's because I've literally never seen it. Could be the possibility. Well, no, because I've never seen gold either. Alright. Just checking item by item. Or maybe it's because I saw the gold or... There. It won't show up with the filter unless you've seen it. Gotcha. Well, that doesn't bode well for actually finding it. Are we sure about gold? Can you filter by gold and remove terrain from the map? Yeah, no, I think the reason why gold shows up is I actually do have 2 gold nuggets that I panned for. So I have physically seen gold as in the raw material. I have not surveyed for gold. If that makes sense. Alright, so in the meantime, I'm going to need you. Let's grab you. Okay. Yeah, I'll make bronze equipment. Let's see, turn off the waypoints, etc. So we got all our we got all this. And we can check for gold. Oh, nope, you're right. I do have a tiny bit of gold we've seen down here, minuscule. We have not seen chromite. Okay. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing here, though, is I am going to get myself replacement tools for what got destroyed or what got lost. And we're going to go ahead and do it right since we're doing this all right now. I once again have to actually light it on fire. That's how this works. The chromite will mean running and prospecting. Yeah, that's fine, though. Okay, so while those are heating up... Okay, they're starting to see these turn brown. And there's a lot of those that won't go. So... You're ripe in one, like, just over a day. Yeah, so we're hitting fall. Everything is starting to, starting to do this. So what we're going to do is, once I get the set of tools going, I'm going to take a moment to run through all our berry bushes and get all that. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on getting our tools set up. So I'm going to make an axe, I'm going to make a knife, I'm going to make one of everything that I'm going to be using kind of out in the field. Make a new weapon. And I'm using the tin bronze because I don't have a good source for tin. And I figure I'll just use that versus more iron. I'll save the iron for making steel. Okay, so there is the phalanx. How damaged is the armor? Does it need repairs to be useful before we venture out? You're not wrong. I should probably look at that and see what I need to repair it. I have a bad feeling it's going to be materials I don't want to give up. I should also see about making the regular leather bags in the meantime. Okay. So there you are. I should make... Where are you? The axe. Oh, you know, I bet you one of my concerns are, I bet you I can't blend bronze to fix it. Probably have to use the same bronze. It was black bronze. Okay, so we got that. Grab the next one. So we got the axe head, we've got that. What is this thing called again? Boss. Because it never did make a shield. The tin bronze boss we made for a tree. That required a tin bronze thing. Okay, let's make a shield. I haven't made a shield this whole time. Let's make a shield. Maybe if I had a shield, we would be in better shape in that last fight. Okay. Then, like I said, we'll make the bigger bags, because I feel like that's just going to be a must no matter what I do. And then we'll check to see what I need to, fix this armor, if it's something I could realistically do, or if it's just not going to be a thing worth my time. Okay, so we've got you. So there's our axe. We've got you. There's my new weapon. Right, and then the spears were in the next spot. I'm not going to worry about those right now. We've got the torch for burning stuff later. That's going to require planks to build. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so for those, we would make the bags. Where are the bags? Alright, that's nice and easy. So 1 and 2. Shift all of you up to this first bag. Okay, so third bag we can swap. Second bag. We could swap. Drop those back in there. Now pop over here. Okay, and to make a shield, I need 3 planks. And we've got ourselves a birch shield. So that gives me 90 when active. If I make it a larch shield instead, does that make a difference? I doubt it does. Probably aesthetic. Oh no, it does! So the large shield gives me 100% block chance when active, 20 when done, and it blocks 60. Or no, that's projectile. That's still fine. Okay, so if I hold it up like that, we get the benefit. We just have it in my offhand. Yeah, so passive gives me a 20% chance to block when in my offhand. Okay. Oh, right, and let's check on the armor. Okay, so this is black bronze. So my suspicion, yeah, to fix it, if we're looking here, I have to have black bronze there, so I can't fix that one. This is bismuth bronze. I can actually do that. So I could fix those two, but I can't fix the chest piece. Yeah, so this one would be... Oh, are you a chain? Ooh. Okay, so that's a chain helmet. Yeah, so I could make chain to repair the helmet. Now, what I don't really know is when it comes to the condition, how that impacts it. Because we're at 0 condition, but it still shows all the stats there. And I don't think it does... Does it give me like a final count and everything? Yeah, I got our penalties. But we don't get a listing here about our defense. Yeah, so you need bronze chain. I'm willing to commit to making a round of bronze chain to test this. Because if I make the bronze chain, and then we see defenses go up, then it's worth us taking a couple, just a little time to fix it. I'm already knowing we regret this because it's going to cost me a lot of bronze. Because it's not one repair fix the whole thing. Alright. So let that heat up. Meanwhile, while that warms up, let's take a quick peek over at our farm. That's all coming along. You're almost done. You're almost done. You're almost done. You got a unit or 2 in here that's done, but you're almost done. You got a little bit. You are done. And you got a piece here that's done. Okay. So we get too distracted. Let's drop the seeds in there. Take this out of my hands. I can deal with the food in a minute. Alright. So... chain. Yeah, the other downside is because I lost my leather armor. I believe that leather armor was the material I needed to put the steel chain on to then put the steel plate on. So that did make it so that, very genuinely for making plate armor, I have to make a full extra set of the leather, not cuirass, whatever it's called. Okay, so it's 2 ingots per unit of chain, which I kind of already figured. So yeah, repairing this could be jerkin, thank you. Yeah, so we gave up our leather jerkin by, well, not gave up, we lost our leather jerkin. Gave up made, sounds like it was a unintended choice kind of thing. Alright. But yeah, so if I can get the, getting our leather jerkin, then we make the steel chain to make into chainmail, then you get the steel plate to make into plate mail. And my understanding is the plate mail is really good for when you know you're going to get into a fight, but is utterly obnoxious to just try and walk around in because the movement speed penalty, the hunger penalty, and all that. It's really meant for when you're getting down and need to be able to hold your own. Okay. We got 2 units of that. So to repair this, I'd grab my helmet. Put that on. Yes, it doesn't give me any information about where my defense is at. I don't think that increased the defense property we have there. Yeah, and then to repair the pants, I would need another bronze plate and some leather. Yes, and they both still say 79%. I'm just going to go ahead and use this chain. I know it's a little bit of a waste to put another round on the helmet when it's not damaged enough, but I don't feel like keeping it stored and all that. I don't think I'm going to bother repairing that bronze armor. Right, that was the next thing I was going to do, is I've got all this crap. Alright, let's, before we grab the berries, let's deal with this stuff. So first up, let's drop off the veggies I pulled out. So it's all onions, that's this one. So I officially have enough onions in there that the parsnip needs to go and find its own box, because we have overfilled that with just the onions. There we go. There's the parsnip box now. Can drop off more grain. Cool. Drop off the string. Fine. Okay. I need to get rid of my blacksmithy stuff because I'm not going to be doing that right now. Hey, Mechi, how's it going? So let's see. We did clear this one middle field. So it's got N for the only fertilizer that's maxed. K is almost maxed, but let's see what we got for seeds. You use N, so it's going to be time for a whole lot of turnips, because I'm not expecting to have enough time left in this grow season to get another one of the grains up. We're just going to grow what we can, keep it all moving. Alright, and then with this, it's time to inundate our entire inventory. Alright. Because we're basically at the end of getting our berries for the season. Alright. And then this will be another of those ones I'll probably have to juice them. The thing I don't know is where I'm putting it all because I don't have the room. It's a real good problem to have, but I've grown so much that I certainly have more of all of this than I could possibly use. It wouldn't be so bad, but because of how little of the juice you can carry on you at a time, it's kind of fun. It only gives you like 1.5 blocks of satiation per sip from the bottle. So a whole bottle is only like 3-4 bars. It's kind of almost feels like a meme more than anything reasonable. Alright. And we're not going to check in on these again anymore this season, because like I said, we're right about to hit that point where they stop growing. They'll start cooling off soon. So the 14 or whatever days it takes to get another round, I think we're going to be solid late fall, if not early winter, by the time we get potentially have more berries, which they won't grow. It's too late in the season then. Okay. You like to have juice for breakfast, fill the fruit, nutrition, go on meals with bread. Yeah, now the thing I haven't particularly noticed is I know the nutrition, if you cover like having protein and grains and meat and all that, sorry, the grains, the meat, the fruit, all that, like I know you get more max health, but I haven't particularly noticed what other benefits you get from it. Like, it's certainly max health is helpful and all that, but it's kind of really the only thing when you're getting ready to do a fight. Alright. And we're getting right about the point of filling up my inventory. We'll have no choice but to probably stop and work on this stuff. It's also part of the reason I handled these the way I did, is I was trying to get it so when I go through here, I would go through like the entire area of berries and all that in one go. So it wouldn't be like grab, 10 this time, 20 that time, slowly work my way through. Okay. And that'll be a full inventory at that stage. Actually, I lie, because we can eat you. Drop you off. And eat you. Drop you off, put you on the bar. And then those, once we fill up those last 4 slots, will be full. It would be interesting if there were other non-combat related benefits to broadening your stuff. Unfortunately, just the way they work with inventory, it wouldn't work well to have you like gain an extra couple of inventory slots if you are well taken care of. Hit points is basically a combat thing. There's not really a stamina bar of any kind, so they can't give you extra stamina or something like that. Okay, so let's get down here and drop what we can into storage. Good nutrition slowing down hunger would feel. Oh yeah, no, I could see that. Okay, so this is all of our rot in here. Gonna be filling this up in a minute, so I'm not gonna worry about trying to chop that off. For the moment, chuck a bunch of this in here. Chuck a bunch of that in there. Yeah, now meals definitely boost the hunger thing. But yeah, no, it'd be nice if when these gauges are full, you get a bunch of benefits. It'd also be nice that, like, it would outline exactly what they do. So, like, when you're filling up your hunger, it's like, oh, hey, this gives you a 10% lower hunger speed, or whatever the actual mechanic ends up being. I very much prefer when games do that kind of stuff. That, you know, they let you at least see the numbers, or like the percent bonus. They don't need to show you the underlying numbers, just, hey, this will be 10% better than what you normally have. Yeah, no, the ability to effectively put a lot more effort into your getting food, and then your reward would be you have to worry about food a lot less as a result, I think is a reasonable counterplay kind of thing. Just by the sense of you're putting more effort into to make sure you've got a broader range of things to eat. Therefore, you should be able to get away with a little bit less just like quantity of eat. Whether or not that's realistic or anything like that, I don't really care. But, you know, versus, you know, people, it's like the Rimworld thing. There's people who they'll have the crop they like to grow, like rice or potatoes or whatever, and they plant their entire field of nothing but that. Which is fine, I have no problem with that. But it would be nice to also have a thing where it's like, alright, well, you've got this whole range of stuff you're eating. You know, maybe give me a little nudgy nudge. Whether it's, you know, for Rimworld purposes, like happiness for having a variety of meals and all that. If you bothered milking your half-wild sheep, get ahead, buddy. It'd be nice to get more rewards. Oh yeah, no, exactly. You're putting the effort in to do something that goes above and beyond the requirements. Maybe reward the player for it. Alright, we'll toss those in there as well. Okay, so I've got all the berries themselves in here. I've got a bunch of these going. How are you all doing? We got wheat tannin. We've got... That barrel was the one with the borax. Let's see what it would take to get the borax going, because I got a barrel up here that I was going to use that for. Do I have the borax up here? Quartz, lime... I mean, I could use lime as well. If I remember with the lime, you can make lime water, and that can process stuff. And that's 1 liter of water and 1 of lime. So that's a... Is it really that much? Eek. Not super worried about it because it got more materials and all that. Okay, so let's get this sorted. So unfortunately, I got rid of my water supply down in the cellar. Doesn't mean I gotta do this whole jog back and forth. Because, yeah, then we can use that to keep treating our raw leather to at least make it into soaked. That way I can scrape it. The alternative is it rots. Which is no good. Okay. So if that's right, that it is 1-to-1. When I put the next round of water in there, it should become a whole bunch of lime water. And then once it becomes lime water, we can go and grab whatever raw hides I've got laying down there. Yep, it's lime water. Drop that for a moment. I probably have a couple raw hides over here somewhere. So 15 days, 2 days. Alright, so grab these ones because they're going to go bad first. Keep those going. Yeah, because we're trying to use up all of our cannon here. Man. Let's make another 4 barrels. So I think that's what I can get away with fitting in there. Once I get past that, I think we're at the point where I won't really be able to manage around them kind of thing. So you put one here. And chuck one here. One goes there. And one there. Okay. So let's start grabbing the ones that... Because none of these ones that we're working on right now do I expect to get any more stuff for the year, so we're going to put what we can away. And I got more rot. Which I am composting the rot outside. I should probably check on the rot outside as well. Okay. So I believe these take a while to compost. Yeah, basically 8 days out of 20. Put that away. Stack you. Alright, start with this. And that's why there's all the rot stuff in there. I take all the junk from that, I toss it. There's the blueberry. I get 2 more stacks in there, and then we're done with blueberries. It would be interesting if there was a way to automate this using the windmill as well. Some type of, like, roller press or whatever. Just feed all the fruit in one side, just roller presses it into liquid. Need to have, like, a reserve down below it that you'd have to, empty out, or you could waste material. Okay, and here's the last of it. At which point then we'll do the white currant, because that's the next one that's got the lowest amount. Okay. Honestly, at the amount we've got of all this stuff, I could probably genuinely have my character live off wine for a pretty unreasonable amount of time. Okay, so there's the blueberries. Let's double check that before we do that. No blueberries there. Yep, so at this point we go to the blueberries, seal that one up. Grab the white currant. Make sure I don't see any others. Oh, there is a couple others. Cool. So I can get that sorted. Oh, I forgot to take out that. And drop you down here. Black currant, white currant. Cool. The wine making is honestly pretty amusing. Just sitting down here like making wine and all that, even if it is not the most useful thing. Like, the good news is the food lasts forever. The wine, the shelf life they give it is really solid. You know, they're all like 4 or 5 years. It has the byproduct of also giving you a whole bunch of rot, which you can use for composting and all that. Which would be nice if I could have more use for it. I'd just have to keep making more and more barrels. The good news is, honestly, barrels are not that costly. Just getting some sticks and some planks is relatively cheap. It almost feels like I'm gonna, you know, if you're gonna be doing like really long-term grand scale one, just having big old rooms of just barrels. Probably having multiple cellars worth of stuff. Okay, so I can get 3 liters out of that. So I'd have about 10 liters of extra white currant. I'm assuming I could plunk you back down there, drop you in here, top off the bucket. But I don't think I want to dedicate an entire barrel to a bucket's worth of mash, or a bucket's worth of wine. And chuck you, seal you, because you're full. Let's grab our other bucket from upstairs. Because I did add 4 more on there, and it's not that I'm not willing to use one. We'll see what we have left over. Okay, so at this stage I'm down to cranberry, blackcurrant, red currant. I don't think it makes a real big difference which I go with it. Start working on the cranberry. How's it still going? It's still brewing away. We checked it was at like 77% last I looked. Cranberry. Alright, so cranberry is going to take some work. What we do with it? Steel sword with some gold ornates? Don't know. That's kind of the thing, is I can make tools out of it, but the tools, while they're definitely better than the iron tools, the question is, for the amount of effort, would that be where I want to allocate it? Or do I instead want to work on making like armor with it? You know, because that would have a lot of benefit. The downside being, you know, the armor itself When last year, okay, so that row is all there. Cranberry wine. Do we have any of these that say juice on them? That is cranberry juice. I don't think we do. Oh, nope, there is one. Cranberry juice kind of in the middle there. So that's kind of the thing I'm not sure about is what I'm actually making. Because one of the downsides are for making the plate armor, I'd like to make the plate armor, but that's going to be multiple, like even just the chest piece is going to be multiple full rotations of steel. Because of how costly everything is involved in it. Which is fair, because the steel plate armor is like the end game armor as far as I've been able to, you know, discern. Okay. It also makes me wonder, you could probably pretty easily get to the point where the time it takes you to process the berries, if you were keeping them in your inventory, they would rot before you could finish. Because even though you could do a lot, this does just take time. A fairly laborious thing. Okay, so the next batch will ultimately be a new barrel. Which I've got enough cranberries to justify working on a new barrel. Still got 6 stacks in my inventory. You're hearing time to scale up? Yeah, no, it's just the whole thing. The time it's going to take me to scale up is probably not a thing I'm going to do. Very, very admittedly. I've been enjoying this game, but it's just going to take way too long to do all that. Oh, I have even more cranberries. Yeah, no, it'd take me, like, because building that first one, with how much I had to go through the pit things and all that, pretty much took me a full stream. Just to build the first one. Yeah, no, it's not even the niche audience. It's just I'm a variety streamer. If I play just one game and like just play that one game day in day out, you slowly turn your channel into a that game channel. And there is pros and cons to doing that kind of thing. But for me personally, I tend to be someone who likes, you know, variety is the spice of life and all that kind of stuff. There is no game I would want to play pretty much exclusively, so I want to be very careful about not kind of cornering myself. Let's check to see how you're doing down here. Okay. Pretty soon I'll need to top you off again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Plus, we're getting to that time of year where everything is updating and coming out and doing all their stuff, which has been really nice to kind of pop in. It's been one of those things that I know for people who catch the later part of the stream, you've been pretty much seeing exclusively Vintage Story for a while. You know, and my apologies for that. It's a good game, but my apologies for that. But earlier stream, we've been checking out like demos and updates and all that. Like, I had fun jumping into Shadows of Doubt earlier. The modifiers are really kind of cool and kind of fun. I don't, like, Shadows of Doubt has always been a tricky one to stream, just because if people aren't really, like, it's not a very lurker-friendly game in the sense that if people aren't paying close attention, you just have no idea what's going on. and it's not one you can kind of pick up and really enjoy that much once you fall behind. So it's not even like the Factorio problem where it's fun to watch at the beginning, and as it scales up, it gets worse and worse. It's literally you're solving a mystery, so something as simple as you noticed a fingerprint somewhere, which, you know, you notice it, you pin it on the board, and you're like, okay, this person is a suspect. If they miss that comment, you have to keep asking questions to get that context back of why I'm doing things. Oh, Detective Simulator? Yeah, I imagine that would, to narrate a lot the work stream. Well, it's not only that. Like, I do explain what I'm doing, narrating that kind of stuff. It's just, you would have to, like, rehash going, like, okay, I'm going, and I do it, where it's like, alright, we're going, like, you know, oh, we're going to be checking that Ashley's fingerprints, or it's like, usually it's fingerprint C was at the scene of the crime. So I've got the victim's fingerprints, and we have these other 2 fingerprints, and one of those was their spouse or roommate or whatever. So, you know, by all means, their spouse/roommate or whatever is a suspect, but this other random set of fingerprints that we don't know who they are, they're probably the most likely guilty party. Okay, so we've got fingerprint C. Okay, well, we're going to start working through the people in their address book to see if we can't figure out who has fingerprint C. Okay, well, we didn't locate this, but their work email, they had talked to this other individual, and they seemed to be in an argument, so that might be who we're going for. Okay, well, we need to go into this place to see if we can't, like, you just sit there and, like, get deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And it's just so hard to keep up if you're not along, like, genuinely staying focused on stream. Like I said, it's a real bad one for when you have people who are, you know, they've got you as background noise while they work, or they have to step away to use a restroom and you happen to find that next piece of evidence. It's a real rough one. It's a good game, like great game to play. Even playing it, you lose track of stuff and going, what the heck was I doing? Why was I breaking into this place again? I don't remember. And then pull up your giant conspiracy board and be like, okay, where, like, what led me on this path? Like, what was the reason I'm here? But yeah, that and the particular update that was today, well, not today, but this week, that we were checking out, it took the base game and added modifiers to them, and they're pretty cool. Like, you had one modifier that makes you, instead of a person, you're a rat, so you can climb walls and ceilings and all sorts of stuff. And you have a much higher rating for stealth, but if people see you, a lot of times they'll respond to you violently. Which was kind of comical, but got really old really fast. Because everywhere you went, people were trying to react violently. We also turned on, they had a modifier called Snail Nemesis. So there would be this snail that would move extremely slow, but would just pursue you, and if it got to you, you instantly died. Granted, when I looked at it, I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's just kind of, it's like, to me, that one was more just kind of comical. I wouldn't want to play a long game with it. But that's kind of how I felt about a lot of the modifiers. I think the one modifier that actually would be fun, the snail meme, you know it, yep. But, it, like, literally even references, like, you know, this challenge mode inspired by, and it mentioned the, like, the person behind or whatever. But, the one challenge mode thing that is, like, that would actually be fun is where you start the round, you start with a bunch of money in your pocket, but, you're really badly in debt with a loan shark, and you have to pay them every day or they will react violently to you. That one kind of was interesting because it gives you a kind of built-in goal of, in that, did you at least get $1 billion had to deal with the snail? Oh no. Like, that's the thing. With the way they made it work in the game is they made you immune to all other violence. Or not immune, like you're supposed to be immune to damage from all other things, but the snail kills you. You think you're finally not totally screwed in this game? Took a couple hours, but you got your legs under you? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I don't think you get yourself into an unrecoverable state in Vintage Story. I think you'd always have a path to recover. It might be obnoxious to recover. So we got another one here. Okay. So I can drop you off. Alright. Oh, I've got one more thing of wine. So you are empty. Yeah, okay. Oh, buddy, you have walls and a roof, and you're boiling cattails. You're not dying anymore. You don't know if you said yesterday, but you got bees home? Yeah, no, you mentioned that you had accidentally broken your wild hive, and then you're upset about it, and then you're like, oh, hey, you know, found more bee. Alright, so we got 16 liters there, so we're going to leave that for right now. Okay, so next up, let's grab the black currant. And all the red currant can go there. Winemaking stream? Well, I'm about to fill up all the barrels. And while I have materials that I could make more barrels, I don't really have a place to put more barrels. That'd be worthwhile. Because I don't, like, with all this, I don't know if you can put the barrels outside and it still work okay. But even then, you know, I don't want to have, like, the endless barrels everywhere. We're going to fill up what we've got. And when we're out of room, I mean, genuinely, I'm debating whether A, I just let the berries rot, which is a very likely outcome, is I just leave the berries in there, and when they rot, they rot. I don't really care. Like, just leave them down there. Like, basically, leave them there till they rot, or we end up using them. Okay. It's not like you can sell it. So, technically, one of the tradespeople could ask me for it. If they did, then I could sell it, but that's only if they asked for it. Okay, and how are you doing on fuel? Yes, I'm going to let the fuel run out so I could check on the status, because that steel is getting right down to the wire where it's going to be ready. I don't want to accidentally, like, leave it going longer than it needs to. Alright, so we got that one, so I'll put more in there. I'll put that back. Seal that up. That's another full barrel of wine. Yeah, now granted, I don't expect to see any of them doing that. Okay. Also, probably do next if we make more barrels is get more compost going. Because then we can, potentially, if I get the compost done, I can combine it with the charcoal and the bone meal and get our super duper farming blocks. Not that I particularly need the super duper farming blocks, but you know. Why would I not why would I not get more benefit from the thing I'm already doing? You know, I could see doing on a server. I could see making a cellar like this, putting a door on the other side, and then just doing like cellar after cellar after cellar of just wine. If you have someone who just really enjoys this part of the gameplay, and you just keep going back farther and farther and just have your whole thing. Because again, the stuff lasts for almost 5 years, once you make it. So just kind of have the fun with that. And also with like a community server and all that, you'd have the ability to go, okay, you know, the cellar's getting full, let's have a party and just have everyone do silly nonsense. Drink a bunch of wine. Go well and have a great fun time. Leave me a lurk, my friend. Well, thank you, Cam Corgi. I hope you have a good one. Appreciate you popping in, dropping the lurk and all that good stuff. Okay. There's another bottle full. That's all full. Grab all the rot. Can't find an automated fruit press mod. Yeah, no, it'd be an interesting one to have some type of, you know, the whole thing where you could run the windmill and just have like rollers for just pressing fruit as a late game thing where you'd have like high-end materials to make it and all that. Just for the memes of being able to just throw a ton of this in there. But yeah. Alright. And you're soaking over there. And I'll just eat the last 2 berries because you can't make juice with that of any kind, and I don't want to take up storage, nor is it going to be a meaningful amount of rot. It's pretty much just a meme thing. I was considering letting your juice rot. Man, the juice takes a while to rot, though. I'm also curious what happens with some of the stuff when it rots. Like, when it's in a barrel or whatever. Okay, making sure we don't have any more black currant in all of our many boxes. I probably need to pull those mushrooms. Yeah, that's about to go. Pull those mushrooms and dump them someplace else. Alright, so that's going to be it for the black currant, so we're going to seal that. I still got a barrel there. And I got a thing for red currant over here. So we're just... Okay, so that'll be the last of these. When the barrels are full, they're full. I'm not filling up any more barrels because I want to at least have that little walkway that goes around. Okay. Yeah, if I think about it, so you get 10 liters per half stack of berries. Yeah, so it's 10 liter per half stack of berries. It'll be 5 half stacks of berries. Makes a full barrel. So it really does not actually take that many to do stuff. Making sure... Yeah, so all of you are already wine. You're already wine. You're already wine. That's cranberry juice. So that one's done as well. That'll become wine. Do you find it tedious at the time? No, because this is one of those things that I could choose just not to do it. So if I did find like the wine making tedious, it's not required for literally anything. I could just not make wine. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't say I found anything tedious. I would say progression is slower, but there's a big difference between progression is slower and progression is tedious. Tedious usually means you're dealing with repetitive tasks that there's, you know, not much variance, not much interest, that kind of thing. Like, don't get me wrong, before I got the mod Napster, I do think eventually the taking the hammer and chipping away at the ingots and doing the napping, I do feel like that would go from fun to tedious over time. But one mod later, it's sorted. But yeah, like the wine making, honestly, is as much meme as anything. I just really don't need to do this. I'm just choosing to do it because I took the time to grow like a ridiculous amount of berries. And this is what I can use it for, beyond just eating. I can also just use it for cheap rot. But yeah, so like the farming is fine. Honestly, the farming is very comparable to Minecraft, with the only noticeable different in my mind is just the fact that there's the soil nutrition. So instead of, you know, planting wheat and then planting wheat and then planting wheat, you just have to rotate. The winter being a season, I don't think like that adds to it, because it's more variety, spice of life kind of thing. So the farming side of things doesn't really bother me. The hunting animals, that's totally fine. That's honestly like one of the things that's going to be the more active part of it. Let's see, for high effort things like smithing and steel armor, the effort feels good. Makes you cherish the stuff you worked hard for. Yeah, no, it's like very genuinely making the plate armor. It's gonna take some work. Like a very genuine amount of work, but you kind of do it once and then you just repair it. And so while you've done the effort one time, you don't have to go through that effort again and again, unless you die and lose your stuff, but even that isn't too bad. Honestly, I think the death and losing that, but actually with that, we noticed even though I do drop stuff when I die, we kept our armor and all that. We lost our weapons and whatnot, our tools. But it didn't actually lose the armor itself. Okay, so seal that one. Alright, and with that, every one of these is full of wine. We got our 2 buckets of juice laying down here. And I've got all of these, which are going to eventually rot down there. I'm going to probably just let them rot. Okay, so let's get more barrels. I highly recommend X skills. It makes specializing feel meaningful. Yeah, I mean, I can get a whole bunch of that. Let's see, with mod X skills, drinking alcohol is adding reset point to your skills, so that makes actually useful on something. Gotcha. Oh, I need to drop the mash in here. Put the berries in there. I ran out of soup, so honestly, you just grab this. Eat a few of those just to tide us over. But yeah, like, don't get me wrong, if the stuff you're seeing here and you're like, oh, I don't know if I'd enjoy that, that's a judgment call you gotta make for yourself. Because there's definitely repetition in the game. I think that's totally fair to say that. There's definitely repetition in the game. But so far, I've always had something new to pursue. So it hasn't really... Oh, it's hail. Okay. I was like, man, that rain's wild. So it hasn't felt bad. Like, the hunger is a little aggressive when we consider the speed of which the hunger goes, but it doesn't feel bad because, you know, when you're solving it, it's not a whole big thing. And to slap that there, it doesn't kill you super fast, so it's not like you miss a meal and then suddenly you fall over dead. Okay, so replace the bowls I lost. And then once we do that, so you should be just about... Yeah, so it's just about to run out of charcoal. When it does, I want to peek to see the status of the steel. And now I think about it, if the steel's done, I'm going to end up needing to... It's going to take me a little bit to start another round of steel, and that's because I don't have enough iron blooms already processed. I've already got the iron blooms, I just haven't been... I haven't been putting them on the whole setup to get all that going. Alright, so you got a minute yet. So let's get those iron blooms going, because I totally forgot about that. Good thing it doesn't hurt crops? Yeah. That's weird that it hurt me, but okay. Oh, we're starving. That's why I'm getting hurt. I was like, it's just the timing that I popped the bloom as that kicked in. And I was like, wait. Two spares up there. There we go. I'm going to pop down here, grab the iron blooms. Yeah, I've got 48 iron blooms ready to rock and roll. So grab you and put you in my offhand. Okay, and I actually don't have more iron to make more iron blooms, but I'll put these here for when I do. Okay. Cool, so we ran out of the charcoal down there. So how close are you to done? 91% complete. I have no idea if I did a good job of that or not. So that means by the time that's done, we're done. That it's all sorted. Okay. So while we're working on that, what can I put on the roof like, what can I put on this place to make an actual roof over here? The stripped wood, I don't have the materials handy. Oh, you know what I can also work on? I need sticks. So let's grab you and get you off my bar for right now. Also grab you and get you off my bar for right now. So I don't want to be away too long in a bunch of this. So we're going to do some running back and forth. Oh, well, I just trimmed a pear tree. Is it worth getting slate for a roof? Probably not. Like, it could be something I could kill time with. Yeah, you're not quite hot enough. I'll wait till it gets to like 1,000. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm going to run back and forth. You know, honestly, with this, cut down this tree. If it's that close to my orchard, I'm just going to accidentally trim it again and again. Yeah, I apparently grew some of these pretty close to my orchard. You can make rooftops from clay? Oh yeah. No, I definitely could do that. Oh, you're talking about specifically for making it? Yeah, if we get the iron sorted, because like right now I'm trying to make sure I have enough iron ready. Trying to make sure I have enough iron ready so that when the steel's done, I can throw in another round of steel, since the steel has a huge time bottleneck that there's just... The only way to streamline it is to multitask it. It probably should do, actually. It just takes so much in the way of materials to make the steel making building. I also want to see what's involved in, like, after each cycle of the steel making building. Does it damage a handful of bricks? Does it, you know, every brick gets hit by a little bit? Because you do damage the materials that go into the steel making building itself over time. Alright. Cool. So we got a bunch of logs. You know the answer how the bricks are damaged? Or waiting to find out? Waiting to find out. To be fair, you really don't care for... You don't really care for steel. You just kept iron because you could reprocess that. You can reprocess it. Assuming mod consideration or something like that. Okay, so we've got those. Yeah, it's debarked maple. I guess we could make debarked maple. Okay, so debarked maple, it was axe, hammer, log. so you're getting close to done. Mod stuff? Yeah, no, I gotcha. I know I've heard of a lot of people having like mods where you can recycle materials. And I get the idea, I get the appeal for it. But it's also those ones that I kind of think that like for me personally, like I'm not gonna judge anyone else for using those. I think the idea is to like force you to continue to explore and all that. Now I assume when you rework it, you do lose material each time. Like maybe when you go, okay, well I'm gonna make my steel sword better. It does require another steel ingot or whatever to get there. Like so that, you know, if it took 10 ingots to build something, when you repair it, it ends up costing you that 1 extra ingot or 2 extra, like it's not a total loss. But yeah, for me personally, I think it makes sense for that to be something I gotta go through and work through again. Like, the armor's different just because the armor is such a burden to get built. Like, the material cost for the armor is astronomically higher than the tools. Yeah, so it's just enough iron ingots that when we go to do I have enough for the next steel batch. Okay. I don't even remember what's making the sticks for. Oh, the sticks are going to be for more barrels. Right. I needed to make, or not needed, but I was going to make more barrels. Have you exhausted the iron mine? No, I don't even think I'm close to exhausting it. The iron mines seem like they're really, really big. Okay, let's grab that hammer again. That's right, about to finish. Ow. Ow. I can absolutely see people having like 3 or 4 of those things going. And then just popping back and forth between all of it. And this will be as high as we go. From here it'll be a roof. That one's not on right. And so, you can imagine, so if, playing as a group, well, I mean, the idea is if you're playing with a group, you'd take the time to look for another one. You definitely had 3 or 4 helms going when you're making armor. Oh yeah, no, definitely I could see when going for like the steel armor and all that, it would just... Oh, that's no, I'll put you back. Just be more time. Because yeah, I can see it have like 2 forges back here going. And then 2 helves going as well. So you still have 580. Let's run over here and get a couple more maple. It's not like I haven't been trimming a bunch of these down as is. And continue to plant new ones. Okay, this is a big maple tree. Alright. After this one, we'll go back because it'll be about time to switch them again. And then this should give me enough of the, logs here that I could probably finish up the walls we're looking at. Because, yeah, I'll get the walls going. I want to tear down the ladder. Okay. Drop you there. Alright. Yeah, so I actually have a decent amount. I could be careful and, like, actually try and make sure I don't make extra, but I'm not going to. I do think it'd also be a good thing, with some of the stuff, like, when you debark these, that I could still turn them into firewood afterwards. So, like, if I made extra, I could split into firewood that. Okay, so we've got 11 here. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wide. So you're gonna have a truss there. And one there. I don't even know what I'm doing with those. Other than just choosing to do. Once again, I burn myself every single time. I'm working on multiple things. Okay, so we've got that all set up. Needless to say, I want to move that. We can put you away. Why? The barrels. Right. The barrels. That's why we're doing that. So let's pop over here real quick. It'll knock down this oak tree. Can burn debarked log to cook food, but not split into firewood? Yeah, it makes sense. Gotcha. So what I'm gonna do with this, though, is we make a bunch of oak planks. Because then with the planks, I can keep making some of the other stuff. Okay. I can go here, grab our, like, this is, I think, might just be the same copper saw that we've had this whole time. And it finally broke. And I do see that this saw is getting worn. Definitely want to replace that in not too long. Alright. So, We've got all this rot here. And the reason I wanted all that stuff so I could continue to process all of this. So drop rot in there and seal it. Drop rot in there and seal it. Drop rot in there and seal it. Drop rot in there and seal that. Okay. You had to drag them to the let's see. Now, before you can bring stuff back, you did all your mining. One moment, I'll read that in a moment. You can at least tell. Let's see, end farmer. I've lost track of thing. You can tell them where to get you stuff. No, they'll die before you can bring stuff back. But also, did all need the mining because they didn't figure out how to prospect. You had to drag them to the Resonance Archive to show them that before they stopped playing because there's no way they'd ever made it there. Oh, I mean, part of that is, I feel like with, like, the Resonance thing, they make it a little too easy for you to miss that. Like, I understand when you could follow, like, where you read the dialogue and they're like, oh, I don't know about thing, go check this other person. Like, it's not badly implemented, but it is one of those things that's just, like, really easy for you to just kind of remain blissfully ignorant to it. It doesn't feel like it's actually like this big story thing. It's just like, oh, they've got some dialogue option, whatever. So that'll all rot. Do we have any more rot laying in here? No, that's fine. Okay, so we got a tiny little bit more rot. Let's go over here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You know, get the next set of barrels made. So I assume we are making a lot of compost before this is over. Okay, grab you. Alright, and we don't need to go and do all these blooms in one sitting. I just wanted to make sure I had more than enough so that when the steel finished, which should be by, like, whenever I go to have to refill it again, but that when the steel finished, I already had enough I could just go in there, chuck the next round in there, and be done with it. I'm sure I'm going to have to, like, replace parts of the coffin or all that. I don't know everything that's going to get destroyed or what's going to get damaged, so I'm kind of anticipating some of that needed. But at least for the ingots, not having this whole process as a blocker. Let's drop off her planks. Or actually, you make an oak roof. Oh yeah, we can just make an oak roof. And I'm realizing that's going to be really expensive. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so we could do for the oak roof. This will start from here. It's got a little bit of an overhang. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to wreck a good couple of oak trees. Now the question is, do we go like the other roof, where it kind of all comes up to a point? Or with this one, do I just do like your regular old V roof? And do I have, I think we make it slightly overhang this side. There you go. All right. Yeah, you're still going. So I'm thinking where I made those trusses, might also be worth tearing those up. The other one's a little longer? No, both of them are the same distance. Okay, so with that, where the wind's starting to slow down, put that away. I think the iron bloom's down below. It feels like the last one took longer. Oh yeah, but I mean, how much more, like how much farther back were we in our capabilities back then? We're way more capable now than we were at that stage. Alright, we'll get this one done. Like I said, that'll be the last bloom for right now. Put you up on the wall. We can swap you. Put you away. And as I mentioned, I do think I'm going to pull this ladder down. It served us well. But right now, I want to work on the roof and making it nice, and I can't do that easily with a big ladder jutting through the top. I do kind of like the trusses. It'll give that more character on the inside. Once I get the roof properly over top of it, I shouldn't have to worry about the rain that we're currently using those cobblestone blocks, so get rid of those. I did notice over here, We got a couple extra blueberries and all that. I'm not going to bother trying to do anything with wine with these. All of our barrels are full. I'm going to chuck them down in here in one of the boxes and just let them rot. So right there is their home. Actually, we can balance our diet a little. Have ourselves a little bit of a snack. Yeah, so you see, as we're balancing this out, where I'm getting more of my fruit filled up, our max hit points are going up. It's interesting that even though I'm full, you're still letting me just eat these in bulk. But it's not actually moving my fruit gauge up anymore, because I'm not doing that. Alright, so it almost seems like you need to kind of gauge with this and be like, what am I missing? Okay, get the other one. Oh, don't I have one of these that's about to ripen? Okay, so we got our other apples. Yeah, so the curiosity we have with these is I've got my various trees here. I'm kind of low-key thinking, whichever tree I've got the least amounts going on, probably knock it down, because I'm not going to get more fruit off this tree. So what I'm thinking we do is I'm going to guess if I break this tree at this height, you are not in danger of dying. But then I get 2 more cutlings. So I plunk you down, and I plunk you down. So I've expanded that. So I'm going to take the first tree in each row. I'm going to use that for expanding the orchard. I'm going to leave all of these ones alone. And that gives me a way of having like steady growth here. And we'll see how that turns out in the long run, if that is like a sustainable approach. Now, if these next year sprout up just fine, then it becomes a thing at the end of each year. I would just top off all of the trees. It probably is. Yeah, because that's not marking it. I'm going to take my chances. These ones we have so few of. I'll try and keep those going. Because each one only has a like 40% chance of success or something like that, or whatever it is. .4 years to stack them. What was the question? Oh no, it's something I'm not asking a question to like get an answer. It was I was figuring out how I wanted to experiment with the chopping of the trees I've been growing, the fruit trees, for propagation purposes, like what strategy I wanted to use. Okay, you drop the ladders there. Alright, from this stage, I'm going to want to try and go for more oak trees, and I don't think we have that many oak trees there. We've got the maples. There's an oak. And I grabbed a decent number of acorns, so they are planted in here. I guess it makes sense for me to also take down the maples, because then I can use the maple to fill in the gaps from where the roof kind of makes the V, to make sure we still have the debarked spots. Can you replant oak the same way as fruit trees? No. So the way you have to do like the wood trees like these, is I can cut it down and sometimes I just get a seed. Or the other things I can do is I can take shears to the leaves, and I have a much higher chance of getting seeds. As we saw, like the maple, I got a maple seed. The same idea. Alright. Let's grab the saw. So I'm going to end up needing to make a new saw here very soon. So we got all those planks. That's a whole bunch more roof pieces. Let's grab the hammer, the axe, and those and debark them. Before you have shears, you can laboriously break it with your hands, or faster with the axe, but that breaks the axe. Yeah. Okay. Make another stack of these. You're thinking about getting this game? Is the game too difficult where it doesn't become fun? No, I would actually say, like, as far as, like, raw difficulty, where you're just like, oh man, I can't handle this, like, just having a rough time, you know, the game's just kicking the crap out of you. I wouldn't actually say Vintage Story is a brutally hard game. Like, it's not, that's just not where I think the game really sits. I would definitely say it is a game that doesn't go easy on you. And what I mean by that is I would say for like an actually like brutally hard game, you know, you just have to really slog through each and every little bit to just try and make sure you get the next thing, or, you know, the boss enemy shows up and just kicks the crap out of you, like burns down your house and all like that kind of stuff. You don't have anything like that going on in the game. You do have enemies that hit pretty hard. They can be pretty obnoxious, very honestly. But it's not one of those things you end up dealing with that much to begin with. You can avoid a lot of the enemies by just kind of staying indoors when certain events are going on. I do find the combat in this game very underwhelming, personally. But it is one of those games that you can change your settings, and if you start a world and you're like, you know what, I'm not enjoying my settings, you actually are able to change your settings at just about any time. That, like, literally I can exit my save right now, go to edit my world stuff, and do that. Now, there are a couple of settings you can't change in the middle, like, there's what's called story stuff. If you've generated the story stuff, you can't not generate it. You've already made your world. But for other stuff, that goes fine. Alright, so we need more maple. We are pretty much good on the oak, I think. Let's knock down a couple more maple trees. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say this is like a brutally hard game that you're just gonna utterly fail. It's not that kind of game. I would definitely say it is a game where a lot more effort goes into progress. If that makes sense. So like I would argue, for example, when you're new to Project Zomboid, early Project Zomboid, when you're first learning it, can be a really rough time. It is a game you can absolutely master, but it is definitely a game that early on you're gonna spend a lot of times dying. Hey, Junie, thanks so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Junibug, by the way? How was your stream? What were you streaming? All that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, no, like Project Zomboid would be a game that's like, oh yeah, when you first start playing, it's rough. Same with a game like Dark Souls. Dark Souls is another game that when you first start playing, it's a really tough time. Once you realize like kind of the flow of the game, it can actually get pretty manageable. But that early you've just begun playing it, it's gonna kick the crap out of you. Yeah, so check out Junibug, also playing some Vintage Story. So if you're looking for Vintage Story, you can find it over there. Like, you remember Valheim, where base building in the game made you quit to stay... quit because you needed all the support beams and building to stay up. Structural integrity is a big part. Like, it wasn't super hard, but annoying to get things going. Yeah, no, it's, this game doesn't have, by default, structural integrity stuff turned on. You can actually go into the game settings and optionally turn it on where, for caves and all that, they have structural integrity and all that. So that if you are just like carving out some area below stuff, you can have it where it caves in. But that is an optional extra thing you are opting into. And definitely one of those things that if someone opted into the harder mode then complained about it, that means they're probably on Reddit complaining about it and doing so constantly. It's like people who turn on accessibility settings and then complain about having accessibility settings. You know, that slice of people. Where they're like, I turned on auto-targeting and set the game to the easiest difficulty. And then also turned on all this other stuff. And then made it so, like, I don't take damage. And now the game's easy. And that's dumb. It's like, I don't think that's the problem. I'm gonna put like a little outcropping here. Yeah, you know what? We just do that. Okay, so let's go here and check, because I could probably make a V for the top part. Yeah, if you don't play with structural integrity and cave-ins, you're a card joking, do what you want. Yeah, I know exactly. The thing we say here is, you know, however you're playing, if you're having fun, congratulations. You're playing correctly. If you're not having fun, well, that starts to become a complicated answer. Because there's definitely arguments to be made for when you are playing a game that is... You know, there are games that moments of can be very not fun. But then you overcome the thing you're working on and become very fun, like... Very, very rewarding, whatever you want to say. But yeah, so it's kind of a game that you can kind of make it as rough as you want. I would say it is a complicated game. That to me, if someone says, like, is it hard? It's like, well, not necessarily. But is it a complicated game? Yes. It does walk you through a lot of its complexity, but ultimately it is a complicated game. We'll go ahead and make you into firewood. You think that is for Fractal? Yeah, so, yes. So we are sponsored by Fractal. They make computer cases, cooling solutions like water cooling, air cooling, all that, computer gaming chairs, headsets. And their whole thing is they go for, like, trying to be the absolute top quality. The idea being they want to be the best in whatever markets they go into. And they've been kind enough to sponsor us for a good long time, so I've really, really appreciated them as a sponsor. Okay. I still have all those berry bushes down there, and then that sword blade I made before I realized I couldn't use because I don't have the trait. Pretty spot on. It's always complicated, but it's very hard. It can be very hard if you limit yourself. Well, yeah, but that's those things about, yes, you can increase your difficulty to make it hard. But again, that is you have optionally said, you know what? I want to make the game harder than it is out of the box. And that's kind of one of those things that, like, again, if you walk around and go, I have made the game harder, like, I don't take that into factoring, like, is the game too hard? Like, 'cause that was the concern being expressed, is like, hey, is this game, like, brutally hard? I'm like, well, you know, you can make it that way, but just, you know, out of the box, label on the tin, whatever you want to go with, I wouldn't say it is a brutally hard game. It's not an easy game. Like, for example, when you run into a bear and you're running around with no armor and a pokey stick, the bear's gonna rock your world. You can absolutely win, like, very genuinely, but you're gonna have to work for it. And if you mess it up, it is going to absolutely just wreck your day. It's not Kenji. Yes, Kenji is a game where you start playing and immediately just smashes you in the sand and says, "Get wrecked, nerd." Which, granted, people who are new to the game go, man, this game is so hard, I don't understand, I just keep getting my butt kicked. And then you got people who have played a whole lot of Kenji, you're like, yeah, that's called early game. You getting your butt kicked, that's actually what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to pick fights with stuff, and the longer you can stay standing up in the fight and not die from getting your crap pushed in, like, the better it is. You are power leveling your toughness. Because that's just the way Kenshi subscribes to the entire strategy of, the more you get punched in the mouth, the better you are at getting punched in the mouth. It doesn't really work that way in real life. You know, after your bones have been shattered so many times, you start having a lot of complications. They don't, you know, there's the whole thing where, yes, when they recover, they're a little bit, you know, the areas can be a little bit stronger, a little bit denser, yada yada, but very genuinely, a lot of times they also don't recover properly. Bears are also damaged here too, so armor weaker than bronze. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, bears are dangerous. That's the only thing you gotta gather. Bears are dangerous. I mean, it's somewhat true that not getting punched in the jaw can make you better at not getting punched in the jaw. Well, yeah, no, yeah, you're not wrong, like, dodging all that. But the idea of toughness, that getting slugged in the jaw and getting your jaw genuinely, like, cracked is not going to help you be punched in the jaw and not have complications going forward. Yes, if everything went perfectly and all that, there is a certain amount of truth that when you recover, there is some changes that could be beneficial. But broadly speaking, having those injuries, you're going to have complications over time. It's not going to be to your benefit. Whereas I'd argue getting punched in the jaw and then gaining, like, you know, better understanding of not how to avoid getting punched in the jaw. Yeah, you're gonna learn that lesson by fighting and all that. That part there's truth to. It's a classic where you'll have people who are always going, you know, like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, I understand the sentiment. I understand the intended meaning that, like, you've overcome adversity and therefore you are stronger for it. And there's certainly a certain amount of truth to that. Also, there are a whole lot of things that you survive that you are definitely left not stronger for it. There's a lot of stuff that you survive, and it has a very, very big net, like, negative on your ability to endure things going forward. Okay, so I can take the soaked one. Oh, I need to scrape you. Oh, I didn't make a knife. Let's go do that. But Kenji definitely subscribes 100% both feet in on the... Yeah, you get beaten to near death, and you're significantly tougher for it. You're like, nah, man. Getting your stuff smashed in to the point that you're at death's door. It's not gonna be great for your overall anything. Usually when this topic comes up, we talk about how, like, in media it's almost always depicted that, oh no, this person's been poisoned. We need to find the the thing to treat the poison, the anti-venom, within 24 hours or they'll die. And then you get all the way up to it where it'll be like, 23 hours and 45 minutes before they run in and they barely get the anti-venom there at the last second. And then the next scene, the character's like walking around being like perfectly fine. You're like, nah, man. If that extra 15 minutes was the difference between surviving and death, this person's gonna be in a rough way for a real long time. And obviously that makes for bad television, which is why they don't, they don't show people. It's like, we saved them, and then they roll in a wheelchair, barely able to breathe on their lung supporting system because they were badly poisoned and their body was wrecked. And it'll be the course of 10-20 years to attempt to recover, if ever. That doesn't make for a feel-good ending for a movie. Where you saved him. Ish. They lived. And that's as much as we can offer. Your body does get stronger when he recovers from damage, except the brain. But the damage can be not severe and the body be able to heal back to normal. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's not a guaranteed, though. Like, if you break your leg, there is a certain amount of truth that if everything is treated correctly, the area that your leg heals its break is stronger than prior to the break. Normally, not counting any type of health issues or whatever. But that's assuming everything heals perfectly. If things aren't quite... Bear? I mentioned bears are scary. And this time I don't have... Oh, you keeping up with me. Alright. Normally when I run on the road, I get a little bit of distance. Yeah, so I mentioned bears are rough. I'm actually surprised there's a bear this close. We have hunted this area pretty heavily, and I haven't seen a bear over here in a hot minute. Yeah, this is why bears are scary. Yeah, they hit like a truck, and they're really quiet when they start approaching. Do they get a speed boost? I don't think so. Where did the bear go? Did the bear just kill me and then bugger off? Oh yeah, it did. I see there's a bunch of chickens over there. So that bear had a snack, and then it was like, oh, I'm gonna go find myself another snack. Yeah, normally the way you deal with bears is you stand back with range, get a good number of hits while it's running up to you, and then go from there. Alright, so let's get our stuff sorted out. So get you here, scoot you all over, grab you. I'll switch you over. What else girl's game lied to you about being beaten to death, continuously does not make you tougher. Nope. But yeah, no, it's one of those things I push back on, is the whole what doesn't kill you gets you stronger. And again, I understand the sentiment, and I agree with the sentiment that, like, oh, you overcame this terrible disease, and you got to the other side, you're tougher for it. Oh, hey, you got through addiction. Okay. So I'm gonna go by the fact that, I've got broken refractory bricks down there that we probably did finish the steel here. 'Cause that brick down there is broken. Like, you know, when you survive measles, most of the time you have a, for the rest of your life, compromised immune system. One would not be like, but you're stronger on the other side of it. You're like, but you're not. Like, you might be stronger of character, but this has seriously compromised your immune system. By no meaningful measure could you say this has left you stronger. And this isn't, again, picking on people who got sick or whatever. It's more the narrative of that. And again, I enjoy Kenshi. This isn't me bad-mouthing Kenshi. Oh, I'm not gonna get the chart. You got 4 charcoal there. They can't remove it because it is actively on fire. So let's just take a little peeky peek. It is complete. We have blister steel. Okay, so I don't need that burning down there anymore. Alright. So if I remember correctly from the guide, I believe we smash the lid off. It takes about a week, after which you break the stone coffin to get the blister steel. Oh. If you're just gonna... Oh, is it gonna be the bottom half is destroyed? And then the lid... Yeah, okay. Oh no, we get it back. Even better. Alright. So looking on the inside, I only saw the one tile got damaged. Yeah, and like I said, it's just pushing back in the narrative, because I've seen people use the narrative a lot of, like, you know, with... That's not what I wanted. Okay. Structure not complete. 0 tiles are damaged. Do I get some of the bricks back? Not many. I do get some back. So the good news is we are already prepared for this problem. Because you know what I got? I got a whole lot more of those bricks. Alright, no, it was this pattern. And then my mortar. But yeah, no, it's just the whole thing. Because again, I see people use as an excuse where it's like, yeah, I'll just... Alright, so it's ready. So yeah, so I only lost 1 brick out of the whole thing, which is really not bad. I was worried it was going to be worse than that. But they use it as an excuse of reasons to not care about various things. Like, yeah, we just come back stronger, as if, like, you're helping the person by letting them go through awful things. Okay. Alright, so now we need to grab iron bars. Okay, I need a couple more. And a bit more charcoal. Okay, so got that all sorted. In the bricks are T1, you have a lot more damage, but you start with tier 2, so it's less damage. It's like 10%, 10 times less chance between tiers. Yeah, so then the assumption there would be tier 3, the odds are actually pretty good. Alright, so for now, I can take the lid. Cool. Close you up. Popping down here. Cool. And so with that, we've got that going. Alright, so now I've got the blister steel. Blister steel is obtained from the steelmaking process and must be refined with an anvil to turn it into steel. Okay. Now let's take some things off my bar I won't need right now. We got you. Grab you, and just in case I end up needing it, you. Put you in the bar, drop you away. I'm glad I actually have a roof over my head now. As just listening to that lightning cracking off like that. I'm gonna need the other hammer before we're done. Alright, so steel tools time. Yeah, no, that's, it's like, to give you an example, like, I was in a car accident when I was probably 22, 23, something like that. That's been a very hot minute. And I was the passenger seat in the back, and we were going down the highway. It was like, 65 whatever mile per hour. And we had a, I don't remember, she was like 16 or 15 or whatever. No, it had to be, it was 15 because she was on a learner's permit, not a full license, and didn't have a passenger, because I remember the whole thing. But, so he was going down the highway, and so we're going down the highway, she goes up, and then there was like a turn with a stop sign. She just blasted through that, and she T-boned us. And I was in the back seat, and it torqued my ankle real bad. Like, you know, just, we got hit in the side, it pulled you to the side, and it really, really badly torqued my ankle. I had like a 3rd-degree sprain where I was in a walking cast for, man, I was on crutches for like a month and a half, and a walking cast for like another month and a half after that. It took forever for that thing to heal. Because apparently muscle tissue heals horrifically slowly. Which is something I learned from that point, is it's basically like, nerves are the slowest healing thing, if I'm not mistaken, then muscle tissue is next, and then bone heals really fast. Like, bone is absurdly fast healing. So I had my one friend who had her ankle got shattered, but didn't have any muscle tissue, and she was actually back up on her feet like a month and a half before me. Now granted, the healing wasn't quite as good for her because she had to have a bunch of pins and everything put in it. But it's that whole thing. But it was years and years and years after that you hear about like the old man thing where it's like, oh, I feel that rain coming. I am very intimately aware of that, and that is like genuinely a real thing. That you get that air pressure change from when a storm's rolling in, and that ankle started getting sore. And it was very clear it was coming. But man, like, it's been a long time, but it was probably 10, 12 years later that it wouldn't give me every one, like, very often, but once in a very long while, just the ankle would start getting really, really sore. Even now, I don't think it's to 100%. Now, granted, now I think it's like 98, 99%, where I gotta have, like, a particularly rough time to really notice it. And so with this, we got ourselves our brand new steel ingots. Heck yeah. Alright. And so the big question is, I'm going to have, so let's see, 8, 12, 16? Is that right? Yeah, 16 steel ingots? Yeah, totally lasting injuries like that. You can feel mini changes in the environment. Nerves can take years to heal if they heal. Still have a half hand numb after 14 years injury. Yeah. But that's again like circling back to that whole what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'd be like, would I say I'm stronger from that? No. I liked not having a hurt ankle. That was the best. And then check, what is your workable temperature? 800. Yeah, so I gotta think. Let's see, talking about bone breaks, always remind you of the story, what do you think is the oldest archaeological sign of civilization? Oh yeah, there's a healed femur. Oh yeah, no, I remember that was a whole big thing. Because a wild animal broken femur would starve, so the person got cared for it old enough to rest their bones and let them heal. Yeah, no, there was a number of cases where they were like, oh, you know, Neanderthal was so violent and all this, and they even found cases where, like, among where Neanderthals were, that they had clearly been treated and all that stuff, where they had healed up bones and all that, you know, and especially stuff like leg bones and all that. That's very, very hard considering the time frames for a person to recover from, because you had to move around a lot. That it did challenge a lot of perceptions about, like, Neanderthal and all that. Which even today, like, generally in media, Neanderthal is depicted as, like, particularly violent and whatever, and they're like, no, we don't think that is accurate. Alright. But the big question, like I said, is steel. What are we making it? What are we making with it? There was something I was making steel rods from. Oh, I could use the steel rods in the fruit press. I'm not going to do that. I can make a steel shield knot. What doesn't kill you makes you start running. Is it getting your cut out? No. Dad got shoulder dislocated in junior high, and it would just fall out of joint sometimes over decades, all for his life. Yeah. And again, this isn't like being a big downer, being like, you'll never be the same or anything like that. It's more pushing back in the narrative, just because, again, I've heard so many people use that as an excuse for just not caring and letting people just kind of deal with being hurt and be like, yeah, but they'll be stronger on the other side. No. That's also, it's another thing that's, like, really good for, you know, books and movies and comics and all that. The whole thing about, like, no matter what goes wrong, the person has the will to go on and overcome literally anything, and it's really good storytelling. But at the same time, maybe a spoiler regarding progression about what to use a bit of steel on? Sure. Because the things I could think is either, one, I use it on my tools. Because there's not a steel anvil. Like, the iron anvil is the... Actually, oh no, there is a steel anvil. I take that back. There is a steel anvil. But the question is, what would I be able to... Let's see. what would I be able to, or what would I need to do that a steel anvil would be necessary? You need a steel pickaxe if you want to mine titanium, tier 3 refractory bricks, or chromium for sturdy leather. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see, PT helps, physical training helps. Do your physical training. Just remember, you have been injured and you might not have the full range. Yeah. No, it's also being mindful to listen to your body when doing physical training as well. Like, don't just go off and do your own thing. Get an expert. There's a lot of people who they take an injury, they don't get the physical training, and they just go to the gym to try and work through it, and they end up just damaging themselves worse. So they'll have like a really bad sprain, you know, they've really, really hurt their leg or whatever. And yeah, physical therapy, yes, my apologies. And they'll just sit there and be like, okay, you know, I've been off it for a day or two, let me just go to the gym immediately. And then they take that 3rd degree sprain that's barely healed at all, and they just rip it up even worse. So now they have to go in and get staples because they just destroyed their poor leg. Like, you know, for medical things, bring in medical professionals. I think caring for each other to get back on their feet is kind of the norm for humans under natural conditions, not the exceptions or culture. Yeah, no, it was, the conversation is when did that start? Because when we look at like a lot of the other great apes, not many of them do a lot of that care. We actually do observe some of that even in the great apes, which are again our closest relatives out there. That we actually do observe like them doing some basic care for each other. Now, obviously, they don't have the ability, like, they don't really make casts or anything like that. They don't have, like, the medical science. But just the fact that, like, one of them is injured, we do see them kind of let... Could you leave me alone? I'm doing things. We do see them kind of... Where did you come from? I'm assuming they came from here. It seemed like they fell... Oh, you know what? There's not light above this area. Let's see, there is a really good documentary on that called The Ascent of Man. Yeah, no, I haven't seen the documentary, but I've read a couple books that were talking about, you know, different preconceptions we had that as time went on, that we started finding evidence of, you know, a lot of stuff like when we originally thought that we had, genuine like agriculture, that we had I can't remember what the years were of when it was originally believed that we had moved to the point that we were doing agriculture, and then come to find that we were off by thousands of years, that in just other areas agriculture had been around much, much, much longer, so we had to like revise all of our timelines on that. The whole thing where people were actually stopping and taking care of each other, our timeline was completely off. Walk it off can be really bad advice. Oh yeah, no, walk it off can be terrible advice. Alright, so let's get some of these tools we need. But people do not do the whole set the full time. Yeah, well that's, some physical therapy sucks. Okay, so we have the steel pickaxe head. Now, I will need to do this myself. The Hellhammer can't. That's what's told a kid. Oh yeah, no, a lot of us were. We've had that conversation a number of times about, you know, stuff where it was like the one usually it comes up is the toughen up buttercup mentality. Around a lot of things, only coming to realize it's caused like a great deal more harm than good for a lot of things. Alright, 1 second. Okay. Alright, so we got our steel pickaxe. That's the first to consider. I don't think we make the steel axe or a hoe or saw or any of these. These would just be a convenience thing. I don't think that's a good use of material. The steel phalanx, there's some argument to be made there for fighting, but also I think we have better uses. The steel knife, same thing. Steel arrows, Steel arrow sounds like a whole thing. The steel anvil, I don't know of anything that requires the steel anvil that the iron anvil doesn't just sort of fell a tree, walk it off, rub dirt in it. Yeah, then you get blood poisoning because you got dirt. That's how you get tetanus. We can get the steel hammerhead, or sorry, the steel pounder caps, because I believe we need. Yeah, the steel anvil would just be a flex. That's what I was thinking. So I think the steel pounder caps, I believe we need for stuff, because I want to say. Oh man, what pounder caps do I have on you? Was it? I think those are iron. I think those are iron. But so you heard more often from you heard it more often from among people who don't want to put any effort, particularly taught effort, than actually handle the issue. Seems to be a correlation. I would not disagree. But it is kind of one of those things, though. It is also like if your grandfather told your father to just walk it off, they are far more likely to tell you to walk it off. You know, it is a thing like how you are raised, you are more likely, not guaranteed, more likely to do that and push it forward. Alright. So we don't need the prospector's pick. I don't think we need the steel hellhammer. That's the other thing, is we got the first batch here and it's just where do I want to put this stuff? The shield would be an interesting one. So it could be interesting to start pursuing the plate. The problem with pursuing the plate is that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 plates just for the chest piece, which is like 1.5 cycles. For the chain, it's 2... Oh man. 12. Yeah, for even just the chain, I would need to do an entire additional cycle of steel to make one chain vest. So while it would be really amazing to make the full steel setup, that is not going to be the early priority because I'm going to need multiple rounds just to get there. So basically 2 loads of cementation furnace for a chest piece plate. Yeah, well actually, I think it's probably 3 rounds because it's over 2 to make the chain, and the chain you use the plate on it. So yeah, so you're talking like to get your plate armor, just the chest piece is probably 3 full rounds of steel. But this is like your end game armor that is like honestly a big flex because you can. Yeah, so we got the pickaxe. I do feel like I want to start pursuing the armor, though. Because that feels like, you know, getting your end game. So what we could do is, if we go down to the helmet, we can probably get the helmet done in not much. So it's the Brigandine helmet steel. I want plate helmet. So plate helmet. So that's 2 leather, 3 plates, and that comes from these. So that's going to be 6 ingots to make the chain helmet. How much would the pants be? The pants would be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Alright, so I could make the pants, and that would exhaust all but 1 ingot. Six for chain, another 6 to get plate. Oh no, it was more than that. Because each of these is 2. Each chain is 2 plates. Or 2 ingots. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 just for this stage. And I can make 14 in a batch. And that's 2, well, that'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22. I think it was 3 chains and 3 plates. Oh no, the helmet? Yeah. Is it 16 per batch? No, I think you're right. Either way, it's a heck of a lot. So yeah, so for this it'd be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So we're going to start this by just getting some chain going. Because the question is, do I go for the chain pants or do the chain helmet? Wait, well, let's what we can do is we can make all the steel into chain. That's what I'll do. I've got my pickaxe. Let's see if there's anything else I want to spend it on before we go that. Can't you just do all chain gear first and migrate? That's exactly what I was thinking. Is just make all the chain and just make sure there's anything else here I want to prioritize first. Pounder caps? That was the thing I wasn't sure, is if the pounder caps are something I should do. Let's do the pounder caps, just in case, because I can't remember. Yeah, we'll do the pounder caps and everything else is going into chain. So we'll take this one here, drop you, pounder cap. If I don't actually need it, it's fine. It'll be a flex. It's 1 ingot wasted. Would you go away? I know you're hitting me. It hurts. I'm trying to blacksmithy. I need to build a door on this place. Okay, so right now we'll put that there. And unfortunately, the Hellhammer cannot do this. Aren't there 2 pounders there? Oh, you're right. I am going to have to do that, which means I'm going to have an odd number. It's fine. We'll go ahead and I'll get this chain done. We'll make another pounder cap. Okay, so as you can see, it's 2 to get that done. But yeah, I'm going to make all the chain we can, and we're going to see where we're at with that, and then decide, like, am I making the helmet, the pants, the jacket, like, what am I making based on the amount of chain I get done. Okay. It's so weird that some of these things disappear for a little while based on their heat and all that. And actually, I think I have another pounder cap I accidentally made over here. So in the meantime, I believe I have to disassemble the whole thing for this to work. Yeah, so they were iron pounder caps. Where? Oh, it must have gone down in the box. That's pretty funny. Say, okay, so we got you. Okay, you. Got the next one of these. Pounder cap. I'm just going to keep trucking away at this until it's time to switch the things out again. That way I can take advantage of it while it's hot, and then when we have the things cooling off, we'll swap out the pounder caps. Because like I said, I also don't think making the Hellhammer head out of steel, I don't think that'll help anything. But that's fine. But yeah, no, I'd be curious if we can get everything flipped over. But yeah, no, the idea that it's gonna end up being like, you know, 10 rounds by the time everything's built of steel, which is fine. Again, we're talking end game armor. It is your chase. It's your chase item. You gotta have something that's just a whole bunch of effort. Okay, they'll need another minute to heat up. Oh, I have to add both caps at the same time. I see. And then the gear is where? Oh, the gear's there, I just can't see it. That's fine. Alright, so I'll get one more thing of chain out of this batch here. And then I'll have one spare ingot I gotta figure out what I'm doing with. Man, I definitely feel like with the steel, the armor is one use, and we're not gonna want to run around wearing steel plate armor. That'll be one we bring with us only on a need basis, because it penalizes so much. Yeah, because we got 16. If I applied all 16 ingots to just chain, I'd get 8. And then we took 1 ingot away to make the pickaxe. And I took 2 ingots away to make the pounder caps. So we basically lost out on 2 chain I could have made. So we'll get 6. We should get 6 chainmail out of it. So the chase item in Minecraft, that'd be nether for you. How do you get netherite? You strip mine the nether until you get some. Great, no thanks. Yeah, no, and that's totally fair. You already learned something. When you try dungeons, set up respawn point nearby and make sure to place food and lit chests, like lit torches. Oh yeah, that was a lesson we learned as well. Alright, so making sure there's no more... Oh, there is more steel here. Get you over here. Alright. Also, set up a huge windmill and hellhammer complex for iron steel. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I don't mind this labor too much. But yeah, no, you could definitely, like, off-stream, if I wasn't streaming this where I, like, really want to just work on things, that's the kind of thing I would do, is I would kind of just sit there and put a lot of effort in just expanding things and not put a whole focus on getting stuff done rapidly. But it's just one of those things with the streaming side of things. Things gotta keep moving. If the stream just kind of hangs in progress for a long time, people very quickly start losing interest. Like, it can be something that the task being done takes forever to finish. That's not too bad, as long as there's visible progress. Like, if you're building this giant house, you can take that over a bunch of streams as long as you be like, hey, look, we got this room done. It's pretty awesome. But if you're just like, I'm looking for a thing, did you find it? No. And that's 2 or 3 streams, people are gonna very quickly drop off. You haven't played Factorio Space Age yet? Yeah, 3-week vacation November. Where could you afford to get sucked in that? Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I very much enjoyed Space Age. Space Age is excellent in Factorio. It's one of those ones I want to go back and do another playthrough of that. It's one I've got on my list to off-stream do my achievement hunting in that game, because before the DLC I did have 100% of the Factorio achievements, but they added a bunch with the DLC. Man, I don't even know how I'm going to tackle the speedrun thing. Because the speedrun Factorio one took me, like, just the base game, took me a good while to get it sorted. Like, it didn't take me a bunch of attempts. I had like 2 or 3 like mini attempts to kind of figure out how I was going to do it. And then just a bunch of like kind of just figuring out how much of each thing I needed to make it happy. But even then, just doing a full playthrough attempt kind of thing just takes time. Alright, so we got our 6. I got my last ingot here. And I gotta decide, what is this becoming? So, looking at our list, so the things that pop into my head, we can't finish steel chain, so I'm not going to start this. I could make a second pickaxe and just plan to already have it, is what I'm thinking. Because we already have 1 pickaxe. And it is the only one that's a blocker. I'm going to go for it. Also, without Napster, you absolutely see the value of let the Helm Haver smash 2 ingots into a plate, then smith big flat things out of it, instead of out of the ingots. Yeah, now I can also see the value in all the earlier ones of just using the molds as opposed to crafting the stuff yourself. Alright, so we did get 6 chains. So, it's interesting that they list the chain there as well. Oh, that's because it's the repair cost. So, yeah, and you've also got the scale mail, which both scale mail and plate mail are both at that higher tier. The scale mail, so your protection is 1.6 90% versus 1.8 97%, which means we're definitely doing that. Okay, so I've got 6. That's what I gotta remember. I've got 6 to work with. So for the pants are exactly 6. So let's see if I can't make myself some chain or some steel chain mail pants. Oh yeah, it's still hot, so we'll deal with that. So first, we can make her 2 pickaxes. Now those are pickaxes I want to save for stuff. Those aren't pickaxes I just go down mining. That is, I am going for special stuff. So genuinely, I'm going to just leave them on the wall until I find what I need them for. Until I hit a point where I have extra steel to spare, then I can make those decisions about if I want to use the steel tools for that. But until that stage, it would be a real bad idea to waste steel on just digging up some random regular stone. Okay, do all that. Oh, I've got another one of those, so we can toss you on the wall. You're still too hot for me to drop the other stuff. Grab these 2 pickaxes. Right now, those are gonna go there. Pop down here. So, we need to make the jerkin pants. So it's 2 at the crotch. And then 1 down, all there. And then for you to become chainmail, it's again 2 at the crotch. And with that, wearing the chainmail pants bumps our hunger rate to 143% hunger rate. Sorry, 123% hunger rate. Our healing effectiveness is penalized, and we have a 9% speed penalty. If I take that off, our hunger rate... Yeah, so what's the difference here? Yeah, so it's a 7% hunger rate, a 10% healing effectiveness penalty, a 3% walking penalty. So definitely something we want, but probably don't want to be wearing that all the time. So this is our, well actually, one second, we never made our armor stand. So was it thatch we need for the armor stand? What did I need for the armor stand? Maybe it's dried grass. Armor stand. So 2 things of hay and then some planks. And hay is just a grid of that. Okay, so let's get ourselves an armor stand. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. So we've got the chain there. So after this, I need the 5 planks. Oh, okay, I got really panicked for a moment when I'm like, where did it go? There we go. So we've got our wonderful chainmail pants all made there. Yeah, so this junk armor that we've been running around with, this ruined armor, yeah, we're gonna take that off. Right now, you can go up there as well. And I'm probably going to switch over to the leather. Now, I still got some leather being processed. Oh, we can grab you now, put you up here. I still got some leather being processed, so we don't want to get too spendy on everything. Speaking of which, there we go. We can go downstairs and grab... the last of the leather stuff we've got, so I've got you. Yeah, no, the idea is like the plate is extremely ridiculously strong. It's just it comes with penalties where you don't move very fast. You don't, like, your ranged weapons are pretty scuffed. You know, collecting all that for when I need it. You're currently cooking hefty turnip and carrot stew, boiled with onion servings. Yep. All right. That's not the one. It would be the jerkin. Yeah, and there, I got some more, still have some spare leather for repairs and all that. That's good news. So grab that, because that'll reduce our hunger rate and give us better defense. This armor, I'm not going to bother with. Spoiler about enemy loot allowed? Yeah. Because I found a lot of different enemy loot at this point anyways. I'm sure there's more I'm missing, but that's fine. Because, like, I'm at the stage now where, other than, like, I wouldn't want story stuff spoiled. Because, obviously, I've not done that. If there's, like, a boss or anything, I wouldn't want that spoiled either. But as far as, like, the basic stuff surviving and all that, we've kind of got all the basic tiers there. Double-headed drifter we saw in the temporal storm. Wiki says it does 20 for tire damage. does 24 tier damage for. So a steel plate, it's 0.66 damage goes through, and has a 40% chance to drop a Jonas part. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's what I figured, is people were talking about way later on when I was mentioning, oh, the loot's not good on them. They're like, way later on, the loot's really good. I'm like, okay, I get it. If we get the things up to, you know, the thickest of the thickest boys, it's actually okay loot. But, generally speaking, is a big old bummer for lower. Alright, so we have N or P for that. We do the onions. Alright, so you're fully planted. Okay, and you are N or K. You planted. Yeah, and as I mentioned, I've switched from grain. The carrots and all that seem to have a shorter grow time. So I could squeeze in like one more harvest maybe before winter hits. Okay, and you have N or P. And K or P. Worry about that in a minute. So there's N. And there's P. We don't have anything for K. So you're P. Oh, and I can't... Alright, I messed that up. That's fine. Should've done it the other way around. Oh, no, wait. Let's say it was N you were low on. Low on nitrogen? Yeah. Let's see here. Even though we're probably not going to get a full thing out of that. So it's P or K. I'm going to go ahead and plant the grain anyways. Because ultimately, if it dies, I'll get the seed back. Couple here that aren't quite ready. Okay. Look at all you. In your game, rye, carrots, parsnips survive, though stunted through the winter. Yeah, it also depends on where you're at, though. Like, if you keep going to, I believe, the south, you'll eventually hit a point where it's warmer, so they'll last longer, or potentially make it through the season without a problem. For where I'm at, they definitely seem like it got cold enough where it killed a bunch of stuff. Drop the seeds in there. We got all this to sort out. Did your house get invaded by monster at any stage? Yes. So, anytime there's a temporal storm, you will have enemies that can get inside your home. They don't open doors or anything like that, but they can spawn inside your home. So, it's kind of those things to, like, keep a fairly enclosed area. If you have the rifts turned on, the rifts can also cause enemies to just spawn inside your house if the rift is close enough. There's all that. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real quick. And I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. So I'll be right back. Well. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. It wasn't bolted down, it had to be taken. You understand, chat? Hey. I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. Like... Am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead. Oh, right, and I am back. Bear in real lives wouldn't be in your house probably, but the black ones are more likely to run away than attack. But good thing in real life, brown bear would rip you apart faster than the in-game bear rips apart your character. Yeah, I mean, don't mess with things. Yeah, the bears I think belong primarily in the game around forest. I've seen them mostly. Okay. So we can grab you. I've still got my iron pickaxe. Alright. So, the things I could see going after is I could go after gold or silver for making my lanterns better. I could see going after the chromite and the saltpeter for making the sturdy leather. Which I feel like for that one, going after the chromite would be my first move. So if we look here, To the north is where I've got the area we haven't seen the pins the most. And I could cross to, Can get gold pandings with sand and gravel? Yeah, like I've got 2 chunks. It just takes a long time to get gold that way, of enough substance to do anything with. It certainly is an option for, like, if you want to be patient. But what I'm thinking is I work on other things, and, you know, if I get down to that's the last thing I can work on, at that point I would do that. So I'm thinking I'm going to do is I'm going to grab our boat. Our little boat. That is also another bummer. So this is a world I generated in 1.2.0 without like changing a bunch of the settings, because I wanted to make sure the very first time I played, I did play on those like normal settings kind of thing. Not a bunch of tweaks and all that, like see the game as it was. Alright, yeah, so let's go all the way to the north to where we originally got our very first copper. You have like 50 zinc ore. You make bronze with copper? You have like 50 zinc ore. Can you make bronze with copper? Zinc you also need bismite, I believe. Tin and copper you can make it just with the 2 of those. Because if you do a look, there's like tin bronze, the black bronze, and then there is the bismuthite bronze. The bismite bronze is what I have. Which, granted, I found the bismuthite really easy to get a hold of. For both of them, it's zinc is hard or tin is hard. So zinc and copper makes brass. Gotcha. Gotcha. So zinc and all that's for torch holders. Yep. If you do ! mods, I'm running a couple of UI mods, and it'll be on that list. Yeah, so the it is the status HUD mod is the one you're looking for, and it's customizable too. Yeah, it's on cooldown because right before you Cinderlash did the command when I mentioned it. Cinderlash did the command for you. So you can see it. It'll be the message from Rualbot where it says Rual is running only UI and quality of life mods. It's the last mod on that list. So we are going to go north and we're going to start surveying, because we are looking for chromium. You know, and if we find anything else of interest, great. The other thing we'd be hoping to find is... I still haven't found a teleporter. Actually, that's not true. We did find a teleporter in the ruins. I don't think I'm counting that. Is your bees mod listed, or is it lying? I did not add the bees mod got added after I set up that command and I haven't fixed it. It's, I'm blanking on the name of the bees mod. It basically gives the bees like a little graphic, so you'll see like little bees occasionally flying to flowers and all that. But that's the only mod not on the list. Alright, so before I forget where that is, boom, boat, pinned, save. The ice is because the chunks were not loaded enough to remember about it, to think. Yeah, nuts. It is a weird thing the way that works. Okay, so honestly, I have not surveyed up here anywhere. What's going to end up happening here is I'm going to periodically just dig down to the ground. I'll do a little thing where I make my little trench. Okay, so I need 2 more samples. That's annoying. Alright. And there's the next one. Yes, and the goal here is to just get an idea of what can be down here. And we just keep gridding it out till we see either a point of interest, we have to head back because of food, like whatever the thing is that makes us have to stop. Or makes it worth stopping, I guess, is also a fair response. Okay, so decent copper, but otherwise pretty meh. Which is not unexpected. What I'm going to do from here is just keep on heading north. Alright, we found that there's coal down there. Now, if we get close enough that these mountains are reasonable enough, I'm not doing like an exact grid pattern or anything. Yes, like we'll go over here. That's 1, 2, and 3. All right. Support, caster type, and then just a whole bunch of stuff we have negligible amounts of. Just gonna keep on walking. One. Let's stand aside. 2. And 3. Cool. Yeah, now as well as things, you can do all sorts of interesting things in this game, but so many, it's like Project Zomboid. That really when it comes to survival, once you get kind of the basics, it seems like staying alive is not that hard. And they give you all these tools you can use that are pretty unnecessary. Not that it's a bad thing at all for them to exist. You're just not needed. Ultra high caster type. Cool. But you like they could? Oh yeah, no, I think it's excellent that you're able to. Like, it existing as functionality in the game is, I think, a great thing. But it's kind of one of those bummers that you can just scale up your food and just ignore it. How can I help you? Got anything to trade? You've got some fancy looking vases and all that, and a bunch of crap I don't care about, so get out of here. You're dead to me. Our interaction wasn't immediately lucrative and therefore is a disappointment. You wish there was like an underground village that needs your support, or traders buying all the food? Yeah, I can see the, like, I mean, it'd be fine if the traders, there are traders that just buy bread. I've seen that before. I know if you have one of those around, so let's see, 1, 2, and 3. Nothing else here we care about, so we keep on moving. So is that a gap I can get through over here? Or is that just wishful thinking? Can't see crap because of these bushes. Because it looks like there might be a space I can sort of cut through here. Ooh, what am I seeing way over there in the distance? That another... Oh, that's literally just looking back at the person I traded with a second ago. There we go. So pretty soon I'm going to want to... There we go, we can survey again. The 1, 2. Alright, so we have to dig up the tile. And 3. Nothing really exciting here. Yeah, so dropping those pins every so often is kind of how I found most of the ore we've been, like, at this stage we found just about every ore except for silver. I mean, I also haven't found meteorite iron. It's been doing something like this, just kind of spacing it out, dropping another pin. You just see what's in the area. I'm gonna mine this one. I can honestly pick that up. I still got smacked. Okay. I'm kind of thinking I just want to go down below here to do it, but I guess it's not going to matter. Alright. So traders are the only people, right? No larger settlements? Not that I'm aware of. So 1, 2, 3, and then survey. And 1, 2, 3, then survey. 4 native copper. A whole lot of bumpkus. You know, there's definitely like ruins on it. It could be that there is other stuff. Why is that area so weirdly flat over there? Like just on the minimap. Oh, it's a patch of sand. I see, never mind. I was like looking at the minimap being like, why is that one so very uniform? Okay, so next pin. So 1, 2, and dig down here. So 1, 2, 3. Do you have a question? Sure. I got that. And that. Poor casterite, so another one that's just kind of meh. But yeah, so like as we look at the map, you're seeing him laying down these pins, and a lot of these ones are bad. But you see the same thing down here where I had like a big dead space of bad pins, and then we found the casterite, we've had bad pins, and we had those. Just kind of looking to see what we can find. When you put a small crock pot of meals on a shelf, and watch it rot so fast... Oh, like, is it just a weird thing that when you put them in the crock pot, they go really quick? Because I'm unaware of this being a thing. You can actually see the speed at which stuff goes. Okay, there's just a gear down here. Ow. 1, 2. And I know it's fairly close to where I already got a sample. But as well as 1, so it was a convenient tunnel to check. And another one that's a bit of a dud. You know, if it's rotting extremely fast, that seems like it shouldn't be doing that. But I could also potentially see a thing where the stuff was already nearly dodgy or whatever. It counts down way too fast. Yeah, and that sounds like a bug. Also, why is there a big dark line going across the map right here? It's just weirdly a big dirt ledge. Okay. Well, dirt ledge has enough spacing around it to... Did you actually make a cellar, though? The 1. You mean me? We've had the cellar for a while. The 1, 2, 3, and survey. Gotcha, you're talking about that, yeah. Even if it's not in a cellar, if it's a crock, it shouldn't go super fast. High amounts of cast, right? If it's a shelf and not cellar, it's warm, then rotting somewhat faster than in the inventory expected, but not super fast. Yeah, no, with the scrape it going like really, really quick, that to me sounds off. Like something's missing from the equation or something's bugged. It's minus 15 outside. Yeah, no, something sounds off about all that. And here's 1. But yeah, so there's a lot of surveying you do in the game. That's actually one of the things that makes me curious, is I think you actually share your survey information. Ah, that's not what I wanted. It's fine. Did you ever pan for gravel or sand? I did pan towards the beginning, yes. That was actually how I got my first pickaxe. I was gonna say my first and second, but I mean my first and second attempt at a pickaxe. The first one, I tried to cool it off and exploded my mold. It's when I learned that thermal shock is a thing in the game. So, I missed my first pickaxe and had to get a second one. So we got another high casterite. So the good news, we actually have a lot of area up here that can have casterite. Granted, it's well after I don't need it anymore, but, you know, if I did need a bunch of it, we had ultra high and a couple of just high areas, so pretty good odds we'd actually get some. You're currently needing lime. Lime can be pretty hard to come by, trying to find stuff like chalk and all that. I didn't find a source of lime until pretty far in my run, like a meaningful, like I found a shell or two here and there. But like actually something that I could, you know, reliably get some lime. Okay, and then minuscule amounts of silver. Even though it shouldn't matter, let's check over here. Have you caved much? I've done some running around in caves. Especially early on, I did a bunch of running around in the caves. But I still ultimately found it was far more worth my time to take the time to prospect and only mess around with caves if it happened to be an area that the prospect already kind of told me there was going to be a good chance of getting what I want out of it. Yeah, so it's not like Minecraft where it's easy to just use water as a big old elevator to go up a mountain. But yeah, I know it's the game's not quite like Minecraft in the sense like Minecraft you can just go into a cave network and watch the walls and find a bunch of ore. Like you can have that where you find ore in the walls, but I don't know, it doesn't seem like that's nearly as reliable in the game. It would be look for an area that already has a good chance of having ore. And then if there happens to be a place to poke down in a cave, sure, makes sense. But otherwise, you know, just do like I'm doing, like surveying until you find a good spot and do that. I can certainly see the argument for just going down and if you find something great. I also haven't particularly noticed any like super involved cave networks or anything like where you go down and then find like an entire series of caves to go run around in. It's usually like just a couple of areas here and there. But that could just be where I'm at on the map. The topography. I don't know what does and doesn't affect it. This area sucks with all these like deep dips for the water. Yeah, no, from what I was seeing, saltpeter happens in caves. That's where you find as you go down the caves, then you just find it on the walls. That's its, you know, what its source is. That's where you find it. Like, literally, I think that's the only place you find it. So, one. And then two. A little bit of copper. And three. Decent bismuthite, everything else is pretty crap. Okay, and that's the last of the food I brought with me. And I'm not intending to venture off like deep into the wider world right this second or anything like that. We are still making steel. It's more so I've got some time. Let's see what we can find. The 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. We got 4 amounts of a bunch of things. Got quartz. Oh, we got a ruin up here. Like, unquestionably a ruin I could see on my mini-map, it's so big. So that's fine. I can bar collecting all bushes right now. Yep, so we got another ruin here. One of the more complete ruins we've seen. Oh, nope, you're right. I do have 2 more bowls of food in there. So I'm not going to take a big peek. I just want to do the little circle right inside the boundary here. Just see if we see anything like 1 tile deep. Just because it's such a, like, perfect... And that's why I wanted to check. It's such a weirdly perfect... Okay, we got a tin scythe in there. Alright, I didn't know that could happen. But it has like such a weird square that I'm like, alright, I'm willing to check the inside of the square. It's another block that's not actually a solid block. Yeah, so let's take a peek. Probably should be bringing shovels with me by now. It's almost daytime, so I'll be able to see better too. But yeah, the fact that we got one of those jars and it had a free scythe, I mean, I think that's worth it. It's only tin, so it's not a good scythe, but it's free. The one I've been using, I think, is only copper, so... Alright, then we'll dig down 1 more tile since we're still seeing brick. Yeah, because they're actually seeing pull-on floor here. Huh. Kinda tempted to poke through the floor, too. Oh. I know that has value for, canning. Get goodies out of it. You know, it's got like the whole floor and everything. This is probably one of the more intact ruins we've seen. Here in southern Germany, you'd say, oh, neat, old Roman house. Yeah, and I was, I remember when I got to go to Italy and we were in Rome, they were, digging up some of the ruins and kind of working their way through it and all that, and it was kind of cool to see a bunch of it. But yeah, no, it's kind of just like this. You just see like little bits of stone here and there. Most of it was nothing like this. Oh, there's a whole area down here. This is like an actual ruin. Alright, so we're going in and checking this out. This to me is more important / interesting, I think, than maybe not find some ore by surveying at random. So let's see if there's a clean way to get down in here. If not, that's fine. Okay. I think we'll be able to get in from here. Clean up some of this rubble. Got junk. More junk. They also occasionally have the, oh neat, a Celtic monument / gravesite. Okay, we got a bunch of skeletons down here. And more bony soil. And then that's sitting on like actual like bedrock and all that. So unfortunately, we came down here. We did get a decent amount of bony soil, which like I said, you have a small chance just like straight up finding candles and stuff in that. But by and large, will web give cloth? I don't believe so. Yeah, the web's only use is as web. We've got an aged book orange. These seem research related. We can get ourselves a rusty gear. We can get 3 candles. That's a win. We can get a tattered robe. I already have. Got a rusty gear there. The book has lore. Oh, I can't put it away. The Diet of Kings. So that was cool. Oh, and there's more over here. Okay, so this is a building here. And we got down in here and we fully opened the building. I don't actually see where the door... Oh, no, it was the stairs. That's right. So we had a stairway up to the top. So let's go over here and assume that this also might have something underneath it. That's fine, I get hit by a stone. I'm gonna take a little peek under this one. Okay, so I'm not seeing anything encouraging here. We are digging directly underneath this one's walls. And then trying to classify classification table stuff. Alright, so let's try... Well, actually... Try this. It could be one of those things that, like, this was just, like, a fence or a stable on the surface or whatever. Assuming they even make it to try and look like that. Because, yeah, we've now dug under this whole thing on all sides and didn't find any additional wall or whatever. So I'll assume this one is not anything else going on. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? Yeah, because we're fully under here. We're not seeing any extra walls, so let's go back up. I got this spot over here. I got another spot over there. Let's poke on down there, see if we see anything underneath. This is another one not looking encouraging. I'm guessing it's like that's the main ruin there, and these are all just things around it. Oh, also, there you go. Chucking that lore on the ground. No one wants lore. It's gross. It gets on your hands. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and consider this ruin tapped. Because that's cool. We got the main building here. We found stuff there. And we checked just under the couple of different spots here and came up empty-handed. I don't spend the whole time just digging around there and finding nothing. Okay, we found you. So with that, chuck a spot of sand over there. Chuck this one spot of dirt over here. Chuck this sand over here. Take the slate gravel and chuck it over here. Okay, we can survey this spot while I'm standing here. The 1, 2, hi, wifey. I love you too. And no particular ore, I think, in a meaningful quantity. Yeah, she ended up having to work late, so she's just getting home. Keep eating the berries. And bear with me, chat. I'm gonna snooze those ads before they happen. Alright. We got this nice open flat area, so I can actually see stuff pretty far. Well, actually, we have room for the white currant. I will grab it. I might end up having to, like, put them back in the ground. But the idea is then kind of extending my range by just picking up food as we go. Let's see, you're also getting a lot of granite stone from panning through it. At least half a dozen stacks away. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you're panning, you'll get whatever the local stone is as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Actually, let's go through the dirt. That I don't get yet new sand in my inventory. Alright. There's the stone level. The 1. So 1. We'll deal with that in a second. 1, 2, 3. Survey that way. And 1, 2, 3. Over this way. Nothing amazing there. Keep on moving. We got an area across the water I can survey pretty easily, so I'll probably just head over there. Alright. It can break you. Yeah, I didn't realize it was the rusted gears that the traders used. I thought it was the blue ones. Makes sense though, so let's see. 1. That's sand. 2. And 3. Not a whole lot. I'm gonna peek down here, not super far. If I have to like do anything where I can't just walk up and down, we'll back out. Because people mentioned, have I gone down the caves much? Like, you know what? I haven't. And it might be worth peeking down in some of these places. Because then we can find underground ruins like this one. Oh goody! It's full of corpses! I feel like I'm just violating some mass grave. Let's see. Maybe it was an ossuary, just stuff full of bones after the rusticate. I mean, it could be. This game shows that. Nice of the game to show you there are ruins underground. Right at the first serious cave dive. Yeah. Well, I mean, we've gone underground. We found a couple. I haven't found one like this where it's just this big room. Well, not big room. Just a room that is just full to the brim with skeletons. Yeah, no, bony soil, like I said, I've been told that you can get candles from it. So I'm not exactly going to complain about that. It looks like I got all the bony soil out of there. A scroll. A scroll. Contains a bunch of rot. Love to see it. So let's take this scroll. Okay. Not gonna worry about the scroll. I read it. That's what I wanted. And snooze. All right. So we found that. So let's go up here. We didn't go the other way. Hey, if you're gonna be a big old bully, get your butt back here. No bully and then just take off running. Okay, we got that. Now, which way was out? Somewhere around here. There you are. And there wasn't an area farther there to pull up anything. Okay. Cool. That's worth a quick pop down to see what we can see. Alright, snooze the ad a little bit. Poke you and run away. Yep. You know, I imagine you could literally run around down there. Like run around in those kind of places and just go from one hole in the ground to the next, see what you can find. Like I said, I think if it wasn't streaming, that's kind of the way I would play. Is I would just, I mean, unless I'm like really short in food or whatever, I'd probably just go and be like, okay, here's a cave, go down, check it out. All right, cool, I've cleared that cave. You know, mark it on the map as someplace I fully explored, go on to the next one. Like, be very systematic and all that. Yeah, and I think from the content side, people get pretty tired about watching. Think about that. You found some crazy cave system? Gotcha. Honestly, that one we just popped out, it was one of the more involved ones I found, which is not saying much. Because, like, I popped into a good handful. Yeah, no, that's, it's a little late for that now, I need to go through, but you can see where I was marking all these down here. I have, like, all these little cave icons where I had holes in the ground to fall into, and I explored some of the earlier ones, and then I kind of stopped when I kept finding ones that weren't very interesting. So, like, very genuinely, I could have a teleporter right by my base. Like, there could be one, like, just right there, in a cave, right next to there. That just went completely ignored. Let's say we're solidly getting into fall. You like the long trail of prospecting markers? Yeah, and I'm due for another one. I really need to. That's what we're out here doing, is we were seeing if we could find any of the chromite. Or otherwise find anything of value. And honestly, like, we found that one area with all the bones that's cool. Yeah, no, we just hit September. So I'm assuming we're, like, genuinely in the fall now, as far as the game's mechanics are concerned. And realistically, what I'll probably do is when it's time to circle back, which I'll probably want to do soon, is I'll go, like, one screen on the mini-map to the side. And then circle back there. What are my plans for the winter? Oh, just honestly wander around, work on the things we've been working on. I've got such a massive food supply, like, I just don't have to worry about winter, I don't think. Hi, bismuthite, graphite, sulfur. Okay, so I think we'll do real fast. So let me cut to the other side of the water. And then we'll start heading back down. So that way I'm far enough over, it's still worth surveying. So as I'm heading back down to get things, we get another spot. What do? You're pretty much stuck inside? Oh, I mean, you need to make stuff to, like, clothing to insulate you. If you don't have it, you're going to be limited and all that. You can go and dig underground, though, because you'll be considered you know, indoors with that as well. Alright, so let's go over here and hit these things. Because you use that for surveying. It's a little far apart than I necessarily ideally want, but that's fine. And I see some ore. Not sure what kind. Maybe lead? Maybe... what are you? Flint. So 1... 2... 3. Okay, nothing amazing there, not shocker. Yeah, like most of the pins you don't find anything, but the idea is with all this, with that path I took, when I want to go find stuff, I know I can find the cassiterite down there. I can find the bismuthite up there. We also located more cassiterite down there. So I basically found 2 places to get tin and 1 place to get the bismuthite. So pretty much we got materials for bronze that we've located along the route. I know it says it's gonna go south, but this is just conveniently right here. I'm just gonna slap this, get in our survey spot. Okay, that place is terrible. Fair enough. No obvious ore just sitting on the wall. And we'll survey down here while it's still convenient. Okay. Gotta follow this mountainside down, because then I can just survey very quickly every so often. Okay, so we've got basalt up here. This is, I think, the first place we've seen basalt. I don't know if I care about basalt, but it's worth marking in case I do need it for anything later. Poor amounts of sulfur. One, two, three, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you have surface basalt, you might find obsidian chunks. Gotcha. And we're not going to be going too much longer. I'm going to be probably wrapping up here in just a minute because I've been snoozing the ads to try and prevent you from getting another round of ads. And we're getting down to that point I cannot snooze them anymore. And right now we're just kind of wandering around looking for goodies. Okay, so we've got some native copper here on the surface. Get that marked. Yes, there's a chunk of obsidian. Yeah, so obsidian looks like it's one I can make various tools out of. Super dark. No idea how good, bad, or otherwise obsidian is. Alright, with that said, I cannot delay the ads any longer, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up here so you don't get subjected to them. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here to the channel. We will be back again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I don't know exactly what we're going to be playing. We're probably not going to be playing Vintage Story tomorrow, because I am feeling pretty good that we did get our steel set up. We made some steel pants and everything. And that's kind of where I wanted to get this run, is to get to the point where I had made like all the different medals and all that. The story's not finished, so I don't want to invest the time to go check it out. Now, granted, what we did peek into the archives and all that, that was kind of neat, but I don't see a reason to put the time in on that. And honestly, trying to get the full steel set is going to be a lot of repetition of me just doing what we're already doing. So we'll figure out what's going on tomorrow, whether it's RimWorld or something else, but we'll figure it out then. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly over there on the YouTube side because I don't have a host ready. But thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and toss up my ending stream screen and see who I can find for us to drop a